Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the evening session here at the 39th Annual BullShooter Finale on this beautiful Saturday evening in Chicago, Illinois. I'm Sean Green, joined once again by good stuff, Gordon Dixon. Gordon, this is the Pro Luck, AAA, Luck of the Draw. You can get any other AAA in this entire area that signed up to it, and we got some great darts going your way next.
Yeah, we said in the opener that didn't go out. This is going to be a really fun event to see who gets paired off and see if there's any subtraction by addition. And I think as we look through the bracket and obviously the two teams in front of us, there is definitely some good cohesion between some of these guys. We've got some of the Spaniards facing off here in the match in front of us.
And this is the statue. Trevor Sellers, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Yeah, Trevor been on my radar for some time now. I think DJ caught a glimpse of him somewhere, and he's like, this guy, like, time after time, throws well, as we see Masno miss the single 19 to close.
And here is Danny, or Zappa, playing for the Spanish team for the PDC World Cup of Darts. So my man can play soft tip and steel tip at the highest level. It is a couple weeks away in Germany. This is Cody Willis.
Kind of bare minimum there from Cody. Grabs 60 points and gets the close.
I do love the little trinket of the abnormal situation here where you have maybe two players that don't speak the same language at all. And that communication is going to be interesting, right?
Yeah, that can definitely hinder some gameplay. It doesn't look like it's happened here, but yeah, certainly can throw a wrench into the gears. I do think Zappa has at least enough to get through there. I'm unsure on Masno.
Yeah, I have no idea. I know Trevor is wearing his headphones, so I don't think there's a lot of communication going on between the two. But it's also one of the things where you just look at each other and you're like, you're good, I'm good, let's go have fun and trust each other. Great darts from Cody. It looks like Cody and Masno are going to win this first leg, barring anything crazy. It is a race to 3 on the winner's side. A race to 2 on the loser side. And that's a hat trick from Trevor.
Oh, what a dart. Really no danger here. Should stay on that bullseye. 4 numbers open.
And there it is. The only thing it would do is make it a little bit annoying because you know Zappa's going to run up that point lead on the Bulls and maybe take out the 20s or the 18s with a dart to ensure those winning dart combination if that were to happen. But let's head to leg number 2. Zappa's going to get the start. And I don't care who you are. If you're on a team where you're with Trevor Sellers and he's going second, that's a good team. And in this situation, I'm okay with Trevor going second.
Yeah, that's a pretty good introduction to Zappa. He every time he's graced our screens so far this weekend has been very high level. Again, just a preview into the international event that we'll be streaming tomorrow morning.
I cannot wait. It's going to be awesome, exciting.
Yeah, in the past we've only had 4 or 5. I believe we've got 6 countries represented this year.
We do. Belgium, Denmark, Poland, Canada, the United States, and Spain.
We're going to have all the polls on the same team.
Yes, which that's been the case. They just can't play in the open anymore.
Yeah, they're just not playing in the open. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare.
I think Camille's going to be just fine.
Yeah, you see what Zappa thinks of that one. Clap of the hands after only finding 3.
That's because he knows his partner on the Spanish side, Masno, is no slouch either.
Oh, and he snags the treble 20.
I love that move.
I do.
I'm becoming more and more a fan of take that risk, get rid of that comfortability, especially for Zappa. And I think that's part of it, right? We saw that in the Top Gun singles where Zappa just continued to point those 20s all day, every day. And, of course, his partner there gets rid of them.
Yeah, up a leg, going second. If you're going to take chances, this is the time and place to do it.
See Indy's premier hype man in the background sitting down there, Kyrie Washington. He travels everywhere. And he plays some darts himself, but he also is just a really good support system. Look at this.
Oh, he wanted it. Not able to convert, though.
I know you wanted it too, Gordon. I know you're looking for it. You haven't heard it in like almost 24 hours. Have you been okay?
You know what? It's so not in my mind that when it does happen, it's still shocking.
Still shocks you every time it happens.
Yeah.
At least I didn't continue to try to do it with steel tip. You know?
One of the small reprieves.
Yeah. CDC is free from the Boom Goes Dynamite, unless it's like a really big shot. But I just say it because I'm excited.
Oh, opportunity here for Zappa. Get a couple trebles himself to wrestle back the lead here in this.
Go at it. Yeah.
Yeah, knew he was going to, but Masno hit it so many times thus far. There's the lead. Gonna snag the 17s again. No, he's not. Opportunity back on Trevor. Buries the first. Only needs 2 19s. He grabs a triple. Back to the 17s for more points. Not maximum punishment, but does help.
Cody only 2 marks it. And the door's wide open now.
Yeah, Cody falling off here. Again, we are playing best of 5. Here comes Zappa. Point lead, snatching the 16s. Shake of the head from Masino. Try to fill the 15s up.
All right, Trevor. 18 points out in front. Gets rid of the 15s. Now go back and point some more. There's at least one 17. Does add an extra bull. Or you can hit the double bull and just take the shot that way. And really set up your partner to win this first leg for the team. He elected the second route.
Yeah, it was a good shot from Trevor. A little aggressive, just because you don't want Cody to wake up in that particular moment. But finds the double bull, makes this pretty easy finish for Zappa as he just slides in the single bull. He'll reset the board, and Massino will get us started again.
I'm going to say this. The scary thing about that is that both Trevor and Zappa averaged only a 4.8. And I say only a 4.8 because they are both much higher average players than that. So Cody's going to have to pick it up, and Massino's going to have to not drop off. And that's not good. Zappa is almost automatic on the treble 20.
Be interesting to see how he starts.
Bye.
And back to the 19 for a niner.
Boom goes the dynamite. If I could only learn how to say it in Spanish.
Big shot there from Zappa. And you knew it was coming.
Yep.
It's just the nature of the man.
And Trevor now a chance to just continue to roll along. Gonna point first. Staying. He's taking a shot. I don't think he wanted to there, though. I think he wanted more in the back pocket before taking a look.
Yeah, I'd be interested to find out what Zappa thought of that, just because Massino has put in big shots to take the point lead and close. Maybe been better served on the 19s. But he's got a Spanish killer of his own.
He's just going to pick it up, you know? He's like, I guess I'll do it. Spanky, I appreciate that. I'm not sure if I can actually say that. Plus, wouldn't it be... I think that's all the A's are female-centric. I think I need O's in that. Is that like... Or it could be just said this way. I don't know. I don't know enough about Spanish.
Well, I mean, there's certainly masculine and feminine.
Like los is guy, lies.
But you pair it to yeah. There's also nouns that are either masculine or feminine, regardless.
Now, Juan and Gabriel, I'm going to take that.
Like, it appears that dynamite is feminine.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Dynamata or whatever. Dinamita? See, I don't even know.
I think dinamita.
Yeah, that looks better. Will you just say that real quick in Spanish for me? I don't know how to pronounce the rest of it. Want to try it?
Juan getting the upside down exclamation point to start.
That's nice.
That's yeah. Muy bueno.
You're gonna have to just assume that I'm putting the upside down exclamation point when I say it. That's a hanger, Sarge. And that's what we mean by that. Yep. Now the annoyance is that you didn't start on that earlier, right? And switch after dart 1 when you know you should have.
Good last from Trevor. Finding the fiver.
All he really needed to do there. A 9 mark puts him out in front in the league, but that's it.
Only 5.
You see, Zappa actually, instead of going bulls on the last start, which is what Trevor did the previous visit, he does add extra points. So I think we know the strategy that he plays versus Maybe a more aggressive strategy from Trevor. So far, it's balanced itself out nicely. This for a break a throw. It helps. The 6-7-5 helps a lot, though.
It's always handy. So two bulls doesn't finish it, but very solid leg. Daniel and Trevor.
Well, 5 bulls gets the point lead back. It's a 21-point lead, which is a little bit extra on it. Need 3 marks instead of just 2. Oh, I like that. Gets the job done. 6.0 for Zappa. And let's head to leg number 4. Or sorry. Yeah, leg number 4. 2-1 lead. Daniel and Trevor.
Only a 3 mark to start last time. He was instantly punished. On course for even less than that. And only a single mark.
Yep, race to 3 here, best of 5. And Zappa
buries the 7.
World Cup of Darts, I feel like he's going to have a lot of 140s in his back pocket.
Yeah, one of the coolest events of the weekend. Seeing the parade of flags to start. It'll be round robin into a knockout for the international teams.
And Trevor Sellers with a big 9. And he's probably like, it's about time. And that's the danger of this Zappa-Trevor team. If they both start firing on all cylinders at the same time, this could they could be one of the sneaky favorites on that winner side of the bracket.
Oh, I don't even know how sneaky it actually would be.
That's fair, because Trevor...
We talked about this
Jackson,
when we were running through the bracket earlier.
Can't tell you how much we appreciate everybody joining us for this evening coverage. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that share button. Let us know where you're tuning in from. And the other match going on our other streaming board is Curtis and Dustin taking on is that Bob McCoy? And Austin Braswell. Oh, it's WizKid. That's crazy. Robert is definitely not what I would see for that. That's Robbie.
I was looking at that other help. I didn't know why it was being...
Yeah, it's a huge matchup. Alex Bellman, Elliot Milk taking on Jason Watt and Daryl Cortez, and that's a loser side match, ladies and gentlemen. But Alex has been a bit inconsistent here this weekend so far. Zappa just continuing to do his job. And Cody now getting hot, but the problem is that so is Trevor. Almost equaling each other out. Good 5 from Trevor. 16s. Looks like he's staying there. And he does hit the other two. Big 6 mark.
Yeah, pile of 16s. After the opening, though, always had him kind of in a hole here. Oh, perhaps an opening. He does bury it, but that was best case scenario. Anytime you catch Zappa less than 5, you're probably lucky to be there. What's Cody going to do with the free dart? Stay on the 16s.
Which I like that move. Puts him up 62.
It's a must-win leg for Cody and Masanu.
Only a 3. Now, how aggressive does Masanu get?
We know he's capable of these shots. He's hit them multiple times early.
Starts off with a Maloney double. I know you hate that, but
which I'm sure they call that in Spain.
Well, double.
Yeah, that's the part. That's the part I was curious about.
I figured.
This is double quick time.
That was very aggressive.
Double quick time, comes back, closes out the number, and takes an 18-point lead. But every good Hucklebuck shot can get turned around. Oh, it's just so not going to happen. You see the long blink there from Cody.
It's a heck of a last dart, but just a little short of getting the job done. Trevor does his job. He should be heading to the Bulls with more than a 3-point lead. Got to go back, right? No, he didn't. I think you do have to go back.
Yeah, because you're setting up the same kind of shot, but only this time there's no more numbers. So a 4 mark and a close. There's the 4 mark. Shoot the double again.
He does.
There it is.
Now
Point lead into the Bulls.
That's called the Masno double. In Spain.
Most likely. 4 Bulls.
Oh
There's
my
2
gosh.
of them. There's 2 of them.
Oh, if he would have done that the opposite way that anyone else would have done that shot, that would have been awesome.
So,
Cody, can he hit 3? That's the question that Danny just asked him.
now that is something that Cody's been pretty solid on. Needs a double.
And it kissed off to the right. You could see that right on your screen. Unlucky.
2 Bulls for Trevor.
Un más, por favor. And there it is. Trevor Sellers and Danny Zapata will move on as we head on over to our other streaming board. Austin Braswell and WizKid taking on Curtis Witherby and Dustin Holt. And Curtis and Dustin up 2-1. Curtis from Rockford, Illinois, and one of the best in that area for sure. As you get a boom goes the dynamite right away from Curtis. Here is Wizzy Woo. We were told at Whammo that he's getting too old for the kid moniker, so we had to come up with a new thing with him. I went with Wizzy Woo. I figured anything that makes him want to go back to WizKid is going to be better than anything else you come up with.
Try to make him retreat back to...
Hey.
Clap of the hands there from Dustin.
With a little hoppity hop. 'Cause This is the type of event that Dustin can really excel at, and it's because he gets to play with someone new, just have a good time. He's not playing with the expectations of playing with another shot where he knows that if they don't go the distance, it's going to, be annoying for him. Oh, time, yeah.
I don't play God with brackets.
Me either.
Hey, this is all new to me. I don't know what to do. Nick left. We're in control now.
Which really means no one's in control.
Yeah, right?
A lot less hair dye.
Big 7. And now, Dustin, how long does he stay on the 18s? I think you got to take a shot at the 20s at some point.
Yeah, down 2 numbers, up 2-1. Well,
Not anymore.
Yeah, that solves that problem.
He might still. No, he doesn't. He does. He does make the hands clap. The Floridian, Austin Braswell. It looked like that dart left his hand late or early, one of the two. It kind of flew out of there weird.
Same shot Dustin was just looking at. Oh, and again, doesn't find the single to even give him options.
That was the exact same result.
Bit of a stalemate here, but advantage to Wizzy Woo.
I can't tell you how excited I am that you just said it. That's all that matters to me. Big 6 mark from WizKid.
Don't leave me hanging out there.
I've never called him Wizzy Woo. That was weird. Anyone who's just joining us, that was a weird new nickname he just came up with. Doc's asking a good question. Says, I notice a lot of these guys do a little hop right before they release. Doesn't that throw off the shot? It might look like the hop is before the release. It's really just after the release for a lot of these guys, where it does not affect the elbow placement.
Well, that and
well.
You'll see a lot of extra shoulder in third darts, which if that's what you're noticing too, that really shouldn't happen. But you will be surprised to see how many actually hit with some of those. It has just kind of become a part of the throw.
We don't recommend it, but if it does become a part of your throw and you're throwing better with it, keep doing it.
Well, I don't know if you ever throw better with it. It's just, can you overcome it? Yeah, when it happens. I think that's probably a bigger piece to it.
Yeah, Curtis Witherby, definitely the most underrated out of this 4. Maybe the most unknown, but definitely right up there talent-wise with these other 3. As he's showing you right here at 6.5. Practically carrying Dustin right now.
All right, so back to another could be interesting shot. Dustin finds this first treble.
Looking.
Yeah, he does take a whack.
Staying. He goes on back. I like that move. Just did not look like his eyes moved at all.
Yeah, that for me is the toughest corner to kind of keep track of.
He's almost like he's opening up his hand a little late or something on some of them. But then some of them look timed perfectly. It's definitely a timing error or mistake right now for Austin that he's fighting. And still fighting really well, throwing a 4.
Curtis upset. Thought he was just going to chuck that one in there and get a free dart. Yeah, let it bother him.
That should hurt.
Yeah, real opportunity there to take the lead. And now a 3 mark from the Whiz Kid will shut it down.
Yeah, it was a situation where I happy little accident happens there. You know, if you're gonna miss by 2. That's my motto when it comes to this game.
Do you think that's what that was?
No, I think it was a tail whip actually, or at least it left his hand weird and still registered a triple as Braswell tries to run over and pick it up. Sixteens. A good 7. Dustin's never happy. He's actually not even happy with 9 marks sometimes. If he could have 10 marks, he would. He'd be upset with that. But this is why he gets upset with those things. Because he sees people behind him make him pay for mistakes like that all the time.
Yeah, 61 point deficit here.
Curtis starting to fall off just a little bit near the tail end of this leg. Well, 5-3-3. I'm going to calm him down real quick, but he was throwing like a 7 earlier on.
Well, again, they were always up against it. You're going second. Probably didn't take full advantage of all of the opportunities given to him. The leg's not over, but you can see why they'd be a little frustrated. But going to be an important cork if it does come down to that deciding leg. And a lot will be riding on that here in this cricket match.
Dustin really needs a 9 mark on the 15s just to put any extra, like, ooh, this could be interesting. Ooh, this could be interesting.
Okay. 24-point deficit now for Austin.
Oh, no. There you go. Bone Daddy likes it. Try to come up with a way not to say that with bone or whatever,
Well,
but
no,
I want to say the whole thing.
You gotta take that into consideration.
Well, the Wizzy Woo is
Yeah, but who likes it?
Bone Daddy.
And if Bone Daddy likes it,
then everyone's gonna like it.
I'm sorry, Wiz. I'm sorry.
look at this.
Excuse me, it's Wizzy Woo. Boom goes the 7 mark there from Curtis Witherby.
Look at this.
Huge darts. They're over 1,000.
Yeah, we talked about taking chances, and they may have let some slip, but they got another whack at it, and here they come.
Yeah, he wants them to go to the 15s.
You got to hit that. You got to make them throw it.
That is quite interesting to put that on Dustin.
Yeah, you're gonna leave him 3 bulls, and a double counts as 2 in that spot.
A big moment. Big dart. And he does get it. But you can see that there was pressure there. That's all you're trying to do in that moment.
Oh yeah, there was pressure there, for sure. I would have let him push off.
Wizzy Woo was not happy. Let them know how much of a #1 fan he is of theirs. And well, we're gonna wait for our next match to head to our feature boards in the bullpen. Until then, enjoy the wonderful wonderful view that we have here in front of you. Now it's not as good as Mike slips in there. But we'll be right back with more action from Chicago right after this. Welcome back to this Pro Luck Doubles here live at the 39th Annual BullShooter Finale in Chicago, Illinois. I'm Sean Green, joined by Gordon Dixon. Gordon, we are back in action for this one. This one is Tim and Doug taking on Alex Spellman, Elliot Milk, who are on the loser side of this bracket for some ungodly reason.
Who snagged him?
I do not know. We had no time to prep for this match, not knowing we were going to have this for the last couple minutes while they were warming up. Lost to WizKid and Austin Braswell.
Oh, okay. We just saw them in action.
Yep.
It doesn't take much. Again, these pro cricket matches can get away from you so quickly. I don't know how many times I've said that, but
something about this guy comes off as shady to me.
here we have them already falling behind here, going first. Both these guys, I think to your point, if you'd have said, hey, these guys have finished in the top 4 of every event they played in this weekend, that would not have been a shocking thing. As it stands, we haven't seen much of them at all, and that just speaks to the quality that we have in these Pro AA and pro events.
Well, that's a great round there from Doug.
Only 3 from Elliot.
I mean, if they're going to play this, we understand why they're in the loser side of the bracket, but
Now this is the first 2 out of 3 match that that we're seeing here.
yep, absolutely.
And there might be the mistake that they were looking for. Alex can jump on this. Be able to turn the tide here a bit. Looks like he's staying up there.
Good 7 mark from Alex Spellman.
Keep the pressure on. Tim and Doug.
And yeah, Seth, you can always be called shady. You kind of have that advantage. But in this instance, Tim's also shady.
Doug finds a treble.
Elliot closes the 19s, finds a couple of single 20s, but hasn't really done a whole lot at all so far in this match.
No, it looks like Elliot's just trying to play a kind of a fill-in role here right now. Alex starting to find a little something, as he says that just talks him out of the 18. Yes, if you are trying to follow along, we've got the brackets in the BullShooter app. Go to Tournament King, go to Tournaments, go to More, and we're also going to drop them into the chat for you. You can follow along.
Yeah, that's in the chat for you now, guys. That's the Pro Luck bracket. I'll get the doubles bracket in there for you as well, just so you have it. Why not?
You can follow along there all weekend. All of the events that we run. Not streaming your favorite player or your loved one. You can find them. The boards are connected. So as those results update per leg, you'll be able to see where your friends and loved ones are. Shady going to find 6. Doesn't quite bring back the point total. Alex just looks disgusted after every trip to the board.
Yep.
Elliot's starting to raise his average.
And listen, let's call what it is. In leg number 1, Tim and Doug have been sticking with Alex and Elliot against the throw.
Yeah, only a couple of mistakes that really Spellman has been able to jump on. Here comes Elliot. Trying to close him out. Does get that buffer. But at any point, 3 big triples here could turn this on its head.
Does find the last one, but not quite enough to really make an impact. Looks like Alex is going to take out those first. Going back up. Staying. And I couldn't tell based on his face if he felt good about that round or not. Poker face is something else.
I heard the eyes roll back here.
You weren't even watching it.
Which was, kind of alarming, honestly. I think Tim and Doug know that they've got a shot here.
I mean, yeah, they were not expecting to have the shot for sure. I mean, they might have been expecting to have the shot, but happy that it's actually here. And that could have been a great dart. Unlucky to not find it. And now the shot is, well, gone. It's never a good sign when Elliot Milk and Alex Bowman kind of throw their floor in this first leg and they're still going to win it.
Good last there.
And there it is. Spellman does take it out for leg number 1. Race to 2 on this loser side of the bracket. And it will be Tim and Doug going first in this one.
Yeah, very important difference here. Is Tim and Doug win this one, and they go one away. Anything can happen in those deciding legs. So Alex and Elliot really going to want to put this one to bed straight away, and an opening right off the bat. You can see the reaction. And what a find. What a find. There was a shake of the head, but I promise you, he wanted that one more than another single or sliding into the 1.
Yeah, he was, after dart 2, he had already determined he's going to be upset about the round. But he's less upset with the treble in there. And, Maya, it sounds like that could have been a really adorable meet cute. But probably not in the way that was done.
Yeah, we talk about opportunities. I put 4 in that 19. I'm taking that 20 away from Elliot Milk and Alex Spellman every day of the week.
Including Saturday?
Including Saturday, especially Saturday in the blind draw.
That's the tournament we're playing right now.
For sure.
See if he takes, and even right here, get rid of the 20.
That's what I mean.
Yep.
Like, no chance you get to shoot at that again.
Yep. Sugar in there saying, got to close that 20. Even Sugar knows that.
I don't know what that means. I agree with Sugar. And Alex, kind of the same shot.
This is a bit of an opportunity again, though.
Well, this is the leg they're supposed to win. Going first. Need to take advantage of The 3 free darts. Oh, and it doesn't happen. Doesn't happen after the first. You saw Spellman shaking his head. Not able to convert. Elliott goes at the open bed.
That was a good miss. That's what I would say if I was behind him after that shot.
Yeah,
he did make it look seamless, and it was the shot that he was shooting at, but I make it sound like it was not on purpose.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the regular cadence for Doug.
It's working out for him.
But if he's slowing down to like try more or whatever it is, like I would recommend against that.
No, you definitely don't want to do something just to try something, like try it harder at something or try to do more. Do or do not. There is no try. So you might as well do it the same thing that you're going to do it always.
This guy, this shady guy can do. Find a treble, make a shot at it. Doesn't happen. So certainly not the averages we expected to see. I think we may still get the result that we started with.
Maybe. Oh, they can really hit those trip 15s, though.
15s are free. Anytime you got a free number, that's a good thing. Now, all it does is they continue to get to shoot at this 17. So, are they going to Oh, thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. Doug takes a step back. Looks like this is his normal cadence. Look at him. He's getting frustrated. Again, he knows this is an opportunity. It's just not being able to convert.
Still with the advantage, but problem is you have Alex Spellman who can do some dangerous things at any given moment. Any given moment. Only a 6.
Only a 6, and really, again, just kind of sets up for the same shot back.
Shady's got to pull it off, though. Needs the triple. Oh, no. That might be the proverbial nail in the coffin.
Yeah, Elliott stepping up here, teeing up those 16s, only needs 2. And you saw through as fat as you could.
Yes.
On those. Job done, 3-point lead. You do have 2 numbers. Could still get interesting, but unfortunately, Doug and Tim just not given the vibes that they're going to be able to take advantage of this this standard.
It was a good grouping. I always look at the positive side of things.
You do.
And nice 2 Bulls there from Spellman. A 2-0 victory. We'll do it. And we do head right back on over. We got another match going on board number 90. And it's a good one. Here is Wrecking Ball. 1-1 score line. So the last late decider. This is Dason Albers. And Dason only a 4 mark, kind of snatches the darts out of there. And here's our first look at Jesse Gore. Floridian up here this weekend. Great last from Jess. Throwing a 6-3-3 in this leg. Here is Shorty. Jason does close the 19s and add some extra points to the total. So does his job. Jason, a great shot from North Dakota.
Only 2 from Jesse. Shorty almost gracing our screens earlier. Actually played in the king seat match of the Pro Single A.
And then Nick yeeted him, didn't he?
And then I believe the Ohio boys ended up winning in the third leg, and then double dipped in the final. So the final, obviously the one we got to see from the single A. Here comes a big shot.
Great darts.
Moving around the board.
Yeah, this one looking kind of like it's all she wrote. The 5.75 and 5.6 from Dason and Shorty.
Yeah, back-to-back 2 marks from Jesse. Just not what's needed here in this decided leg. Shorty throwing with both hands, getting those darts on the board quickly.
They do come out real quick. Aaron, great darts. Not going to be enough. Here comes Dason. 1 bull needed. And he overachieves. 5.44 and a 5.6 will win that match for Nathaniel and Dason. So they move forward on that loser side of the bracket. And, well, you asked for it. We're going to give it to you. Kerry Thaxton, Mike Maloney taking on Daniel Zapata and Trevor Sellers. That match coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Sean Green, Gordon Dixon, Will Stewart. Back for more coverage right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 39th annual BullShooter finale live here in Chicago, Illinois. Sean Green, joined by good stuff, Gordon Dixon. Gordon, we are here for the
Semifinals?
top four on the winner side, featuring Trevor Sellers and Zappa to take on Philly, Mike Segal, and Kerry Thaxton.
Yeah, quite the lineup we've got here. Get another glimpse of Philly playing for Team USA tomorrow. Zappa, Team Spain. Little preview of these guys knocking heads. And our first look at Kerry Thaxton. Taylor Thaxton's
Okay, gotcha.
husband.
Cool. Yep. Yeah, he was a proud spectator last night. Now looking to do some damage today, especially getting Mike Segal. But boom goes the dynamite for Trevor Sellers. Trevor actually is a sponsored player of my stream, To The Point Streaming. We were actually his first sponsor ever. We also saw a lot of potential in that, and Trevor. And you want to talk about a great dude on top of it.
Oh, yeah. Super nice guy.
Yeah, and just he'll support everything that you need him to support in the right way. And did also find out that Zappa and him cannot speak at all to each other.
Oh, Zappa can't
No.
speak.
No. Well, he can speak, but not English.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah.
And Trevor's Trevor, so he's definitely not up on his Spanish, I don't think.
Why you got to take shots at the guy? You just said how nice he was.
Well, he just said that we couldn't speak at all, so I'm assuming he also cannot speak Spanish. Otherwise, he's just deciding not to do it. 7-2-9 from Trevor Sellers in that leg, as it's a 1-0 score line.
Kerry going to get us started here in leg number 2.
Sorry, this is one of the situations where Will told me what to do, and I don't know what to do with that. So it is a 1-0 lead. And I need you to know that the producer in this situation is me, and it's awful.
Ryan, we all wish we could shorten the amount of warm-up darts thrown. And there's a big niner from Philly.
Great darts there from the man from Pittsburgh, even though his nickname is Philly. Not from Pittsburgh, but he lives in Pittsburgh. Trevor. Told Ben Ferris that him and Zappa are we vibing, which is easy to do when you just are both shooting fantastically. 7 playing 7. Yeah, you're going to vibe that way, you know? Kerry Thaxton. They start off 9 mark. Yeah, I can't do it. I don't know how to do things. Oh, that's what it is. All right. I also added those things down there. I don't know what I did there.
Oh, Zappa taking a whack at that trip 20. Doesn't find it. Philly on one right now. 9-7.
I think we're getting a Philly special. The statue tries to continue his 7-mark run. It's not going to happen. at these averages, man.
This is heavy.
This is a blind draw.
This is the semifinals of the Pro A AA doubles event.
Yeah, you got to love it. Saturday luck of the draw as the Philly Sensations in the chat. Colin, I think he thought that I gave him the nickname Philly Special, but it's Philly Sensation. Colin Raft. What's up, brother? And Philly continues just to do what he needs to do. 9-7-5.
Yeah, plugging along here. Full advantage of that that start. Trevor does find the double bull, but probably not going to mean anything here. Carey's found a little bit of a flow here. 3 bulls will send us to the next leg.
My goodness.
Polishes it up in 2.
6-6-7 and a 5-4-5 is going to do well, even if it's against a 5-6-7 and a 5-3-3. This is gross, man. This is a gross doubles match right now.
Well, this is what we came for. This is the price of admission. International Pro A and Double A.
Talking about that free 75? It's free to get in. For the price of admission.
Oh.
So free 75.
I don't know what you're talking about. They flew me here.
Oh, ridiculous. Here's Carey. Only a 2. And you could see Trevor run from here.
Yep, and this is when those pro cricket legs can get away from you. You see, Philly is gearing up for it.
He's like, this leg's over.
He really did. Even before he threw the first dart, you could tell he was like, it's gonna hurt.
Billy also has that rock to his throw.
He does.
The John Henderson.
Yeah, we saw it in line that last leg.
Zappa goes with the double on dart 3. Maybe that's just something that Spanish players do more often than
instantly. No, no hesitation on that one.
Maybe Mike Maloney is from Spain.
The only explanation. Correlation is not causation.
Colin, appreciate that, my friend. Love you, bud. Trevor is looking down.
Well, we've seen Trevor be quite aggressive.
Yep.
In these spots. No real reason not to be in this one either. Up 3 numbers and score, but we say that these get away from you quickly, and they can also turn very quickly, as we see Philly with a big close. I have a feeling Zappa would have preferred a little bit more conservative play there from Trevor.
I would agree with that. And I think I would have preferred a similar play from him, but the damage has been done.
7 mark going to do it. How about a 9er?
He does throw in a 9, but at the wrong target that we thought.
Yeah.
Boom goes the dynamite.
Yeah, come on. Going second, you got to take that chance.
It's going to pay off. Because that's 1 point less.
you're just joining us, we are watching the Pro A AA blind draw. These players did not want to play with each other.
They got forced to.
Then they paid money to be shoved together in the bracket. And Philly with 2 big turns.
Telling you, the Philly special right now.
Oh, Zappa looking to close. And again, I wonder if Trevor is looking back on that shot. That is definitely where the leg turned.
Oh, this is an opportunity, a big opportunity for Trevor, and one that, I mean, isn't out of the realm of possibilities at all. Bullseye first. Double 16, trip 15.
My man.
Yes, sir! Trevor Sellers. What a shot. Given the opportunity, Kerry Thaxton does not hit that last dart. And Trevor makes him pay the ultimate price, stealing that leg with the throw. So 2-1 lead now for Kerry and Mike. Sorry, Trevor and Daniel.
And that's the crazy part. Like, that was just a hold of throw. And in terms of morale, it's going to feel like a steal.
It absolutely is.
Harry does find the trouble. Again, you see his reaction to that. Not happy with it. Zappa has started well. Only 4 this time.
Yeah, how much do you think of a pleasant surprise it is that Zappa draws Trevor, probably doesn't know anything about this guy who's playing, and then Trevor starts shooting. He's like, oh, all right, we're going to be good. We're going to be just fine here. He can hit these big shots too?
Well, it would be interesting to know just how many he is already familiar with. I mean, there's of course some that we would we would expect him to. But I think even as an international player, roles reversed. You're over there. The guy's playing in the Pro A, Double A. I think you got to expect at least proficient darts. Oh, he does take a swing.
And missed.
He hated every second of it, too.
And great darts from Zappa. You knew he was going to take that shot.
Yep, he's done that multiple times. And again, a guy that you see take conservative shots most of the time will flip the script on those 20s.
And Philly continues to Philly, man. I'm telling you right now, he is in fuego.
Well, it's such a good pace, too.
Trevor, a great 6 mark.
Yeah, especially after that first start. Good recovery. Him and Kerry both kind of struggling in this leg. Both looking to come up big here.
Kerry, only a 5 mark, but better than he has been throwing in the leg so far. Zappa, I wouldn't put it past him here to just take back control of everything. Big dart from Zappa. Man, that team is hitting big darts in big moments so far.
Yeah, and both of them. Which, if you're the opponent, is terrible, terrible news.
Yeah, and even the 5 mark, Philly knows it's just not enough. On a 6 in this leg and can't do anything about what Trevor is and Zappa have been able to do.
Trevor buries it. Does he go for the finish? No, wisely swings over.
Yep.
Should be
Yep.
at the bull this time.
That is a coffin shot, Gordon.
Coffin shot. I would completely agree. At least 3 nails in it.
At least Carrie's dart's going to be the last one's going to be a triple on this side of the bracket. Because Zappa and Trevor win 3-1. Carlos Panfili is in the chat saying hi, Caleb. What's up, Carlos? Hope you're doing well. Owns a local bar in Indy, a great dart bar called Sideline Sports Pub. So we head on over to Curtis and Dustin as they take on Joe and Ken. It's Joe Chaney and Ken Rip.
Rip it.
Here is the chainsaw. Scoreline 0-0. They just got started, folks. And that should tell you everything you know about the pacing of who is putting the boards up at the right time. And it is not thing 1 or thing 2.
Hello, everybody. Just hello.
Oh, that's Will. Yeah, the GOAT.
GOAT.
And Dustin stays down. Dustin Holt waving to the camera. He saw it probably shift over to us. Dead giveaway that we're now on that match.
And stays with it. Finds a 5 mark.
Dead man darts. Ken Rip.
We are going 10 a.m. tomorrow for the international event.
Great darts from Curtis. I still like the Wallaby for his dart nickname.
10 a.m. we'll catch the parade. All the teams coming in with their flags.
Is candy going to be thrown?
And the no, it's not that kind of parade.
Well,
my Daxton, my son would be very upset with that. He went to one parade where candy was thrown, and parades are ruined if they do not have candy
That's
going
fair.
forward.
I think Dax and I would get along great. Let's hang out sometime.
He couldn't believe the first sucker rolls his way, and he looks at the sucker, and he looks at me, and he looks back down at the sucker. Like, you're gonna have to be faster than that, man.
And from the Little Falls, Minnesota area. I know way too much about dart players. Curtis from Rockford, Illinois. Of course, Chattanooga, Tennessee here for Chainsaw.
Saudi Daisy.
Yeah, that's fair. One of my favorite Joe Chaney interactions was when we were at Nashville, and he's like, these ladies right here up on stage, and it would behoove you to just take it easy on them. They're good girls. They're good girls from my area. They from my mountain. They're good girls.
That's hilarious. I've had many dinners with Mr. Chaney, and look at that. Who saw that dart coming?
No one, but Ken's gonna really, yeah.
Try to soak up as many 15s as you can headed into the bullseyes. And that's exactly why Joe Chaney shot it the way he did. Probably didn't expect that to be the result.
Dustin shakes his head in the background. The good news, Dustin, is it wasn't a 9.
Three bulls. Double. Oh, he doesn't even get the second single. But honestly, regardless, Joe Chaney, 4 bulls. I was a betting man, I say he grabs him.
That's a tough first start to work around, though, because you got to find a double in there. And, yeah, that was crazy how that kicked out, huh?
Yeah, that was aggressive.
It really was.
A reprieve for Dustin, though. Strutting back up to the board, only needing 2 bulls.
I just love how he shakes his head like, I hate it that I get to win this leg. Well, not yet. And he does find it. He praises Jeebus. And let's head to leg number 2.
What's hilarious is the last time Dustin was on the stream, he hit 3 bulls to win the deciding leg like it was nothing. It's amazing what a match will do.
Great 6 mark from Chainsaw. Dustin pretty good at following starts when the first one goes in. Looking up. Never mind.
I don't know what you saw.
I saw him look up, obviously. Warhawks, no, this is a top 4 match on the winner side of the bracket. We have a little ways to go before the finals are heading your way, and that's a big 9 mark from Ken Rip. He looks so happy about it, too. He's actually he has a pretty funny personality, Ken Rip does. So it's really funny that him be acting like a little bit of a grouch up here right now. In a good way. I think it's just focused.
Oh, I bet him and Cheney have had a good time then.
Oh, I'm sure they have.
See the frustration there from Cheney. Not the conversion he was looking for. Wanted to grab 60 more there at the end.
Ray, that actually is a great question, and one I'm very happy to answer. So if you are wearing the American flag on a sleeve or on your shirt of any kind, it does need to be placed that way for code purposes. If the flag is facing forward, it is a sign of the flagsman running away from the battle, right? They are retreating in that way, so you'd see the flag flying the right way. If you're charging towards the battle, the flag is flying the way that Dustin has it displayed on his sleeve, so that is why that is the correct way to be wearing an American flag on the sleeve. Yep. And welcome to my podcast. Just a TED Talk, but ruined anyway. Not know that at all?
No.
Oh, look who just stumbled into our chat. Did you hit a 180 before getting in here? Love you, Scott. All right. The Ripper. Gonna go back to the 16s? No, he's gonna stay there. I don't know if I like it. 70 points. The extra 16 adds an extra bull.
Yeah, no, he's got a game shot here.
Yep.
4 bulls and a trip 16.
And that should tell you that last start was just the wrong shot in general. And
Curtis going to put Cheney on 3.
3-3. That's a good first start, though, for it.
There's 2.
Oh, no. That was wide open. And he rips the dart out of the board. This could be over right here if Dustin hits 3, which we just teed up in the last leg You did.
Yeah, you only needed 2 last time. Went wayward with the second. That's a much better first, though.
The confidence is just different. And he pins it, especially the dead center third dart. And it's 2-0 right now, Dustin and Curtis. And Joe is not happy in the background.
No, he's all shucks.
Yeah, he's using a lot of good golf terms. We will be bringing you the King Seat match next, which will feature the winner of this one taking on, of course, the winner of the last match that you just saw, Trevor Sellers and Danny Zappa. Zapata is his actual last name.
Well, if you're going to do that, being up 2-0 after a nice finish is probably the best time to do that. But I tell you what, Joe and Ken have been finding a lot of triples to not have a leg on the board.
Honestly, it's almost impressive how many triples they found to not be winning. But triples for show. Got to hit those bowls, or else nothing to show for it.
I was wondering where you're going. Triples for show, got to hit the bulls to finish legs.
I mean, hey.
You're going to end up like Lieutenant Dan. But you ain't got
no
legs.
Lieutenant Dan.
Ice cream.
I'm now going to start calling. Oh, right now, Lieutenant Dan's taking on Curtis and Dustin because they ain't got no legs.
Oh, back-to-back 2 marks. Dustin's going to ring the bell on the 2 marks. Just letting them walk home here in the third leg. But again, they've done the hard work in the first 2 legs, so they'll get to start what could be the decider for the last leg of the match.
Yeah, let's see what Curtis does here. Just kind of going to see if he's just going to try and do something just to keep momentum or whatever it is. But chainsaw, 1 bull needed. There it is. And he's definitely going to hit more than that because of the last leg. 6-4-3 from chainsaw. He gets upset and he just starts throwing better. If he does something to disappoint himself, he just literally starts throwing better. Like, fine, I'm not going to do that again. Thank you, Jess. We appreciate that someone appreciates us.
There he is. Got his 2 marks out of their way. And jump in there and find 7 to start what could be the last leg.
I figured the non-Wikipedia definition was just as good. But we appreciate you putting in there, Lightsmith. For those that also didn't hear me say that. Angelo, of course we're still at it, man. Do you know who we are? We got great darts coverage going on. We're going to bring it to you.
Oh, machine.
Well oiled.
It will get goofier as the evening winds down and completes. Yeah, I can't believe I've never heard that about the flag. So why not so on the front of the shirt?
Fine.
It's fine
because you're not moving. When people see you walking, right? They're seeing the flag in motion at that
What
point.
about dart players? They turn to the side.
Well, that doesn't matter anything.
They could be retreating.
I'm letting you know.
No.
Boom goes the dynamite. Thank you so much. Chainsaw saves it.
Breaking it up.
But no, it's it does seem to make sense, even though it's kind of reverse of what you would think.
No, after you said it, I'm with you.
Sean, that is also nice to know. We won't be stopping at certain points this evening.
Ooh. Of course Ken Rip's going to find a triple.
Yeah. Does so every day
Ken
and twice
Rip
on Sundays.
Used to be called Ken Trip, but he just puts them all on the dartboard now.
So he lost the T?
He lost the T.
Someone stole the T. I think a better way to phrase that for the future, because I feel like you're onto something there, but I don't think we found where it was going.
We didn't quite get there yet. Put that into Wikipedia.
Chat
GPT.
Yeah, there you go. Make up the rest of this phrase for us in a rhyming way.
Good last there from Chainsaw.
Rago's classic Gordon.
Oh, okay. Playing a little close here. But again, they do have a leg to burn.
I moved it more than that.
Only 4.
And Dustin, 7-6-7 right now on this leg. As he heads to his 10th, 11th, and 12th dart that he has thrown. I'm wondering what he's thinking right there. I couldn't really tell as he walked to the board.
Yeah, no, it's pretty ambiguous. Here comes the chainsaw.
I wonder if Dustin likes to play poker for money. I feel like we could take some dollars off of him.
Yeah, chainsaw took a whack at that 20. Only needing one more. Probably would have had him stay there. He's gonna get away with it because only a single from Curtis for points. Down 35 points.
I think you gotta get rid of it.
I take it right here.
Yep.
He's looking up. Oh,
I kind of like it on dirt too for that reason. But it's also Ken Rip and the top players that are gonna hit singles more often than not when they're shooting at it. Then you have me, who prays for those singles when I shoot at them.
Oh, look at this from Dustin.
Beautiful.
Making it happen. Making
Gorgeous.
it happen.
Great darts from Dustin Holt. That's why DH bats clean up. But it would behoove him to make sure he understands that Joe Chaney's right behind him still.
And you know what? That's a great shot, not only for Dustin, but Curtis, who's struggling this leg, needed a little something to pick him up. I think that might be just the sign he needed.
Good darts from Curtis. Puts it back on Ken to hit a lot more 16s.
Probably needs to fill it up here.
Yep. He had some unfinished business to do to start off it, but nothing else. And Dustin and Curtis are in the driver's seat right here, and Dustin is 2 2 triples and a double away from throwing in another coffin shot.
Yeah, I don't think Dustin's going to only hit 2 like we saw him do on the 15s a few legs ago.
He did not. Even gave a little come on there. And Chainsaw. Quick, fast, and in a hurry, a little snatchy as he pulls him out of the board. It's only a top 4 match. They do just go over to the loser side. But the problem is that that loser side has a lot of great players in it. And that will do it for Curtis and Dustin. They win that one 3-1. So the king seat match is set up. It will be Dustin Holt and Curtis Witherby taking on Trevor Sellers and Danny Zapata. That match will be coming your way next here on BullShooter and USA Darts Productions right after this. Welcome back to the 39th annual BullShooter finale live here in Chicago, Illinois. We are here for the king seat of the Pro Luck of the Draw, AAA. If you're AAA, you can get into this bad boy and have any partner that also wants to play in it. I'm Sean Green, joined by Gordon Dixon. Gordon, we have ourselves the king seat. Zappa and Trevor Sellers taking on Dustin Holt and Curtis Witherby.
Yeah, excited to see how this one plays out. Curtis dropping off a little bit at the end of that last match, so I think Daniel and Trevor probably the favorites at the start. But a lot of playing to do. We're 3 out of 5 here, so it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out, and we'll keep you posted on the rest of the bracket as we wind down this event.
They're right now in the top or 5th, 6th spot, playing darts out there in the hall.
Sometimes it's tough to get these pros to the board.
I mean, listen, we need to start hiring sheepdogs because it's worse than wrangling in cattle. There's signs everywhere too. They're like told exactly where to go. Most of them are the same place you just were. And they find themselves lost still.
Good to hear from you, Ralph. Thanks for joining us in the chat.
Trevor trying to get it going here. Trevor and Zappa played in the first top 4 match versus the second one, which Curtis and Dustin played in. We always talk about like the advantage there versus the disadvantage. Now, in this situation, there wasn't that much time difference, but is there an advantage or a disadvantage in that?
No, I wouldn't say so. Yeah, no. I mean, I don't think these players' games are that sensitive. Now, when you get to the hours of waiting,
right?
When you're playing best 3 out of 5 on both sides of the bracket,
Big dart. Zappa again takes away the 20s.
Yeah, he's always going to do that.
Yep.
And I completely agree.
Yeah, if you're playing Zappa, get as many 20s as you possibly can to start off with, because he's going to get rid of it.
He's not going to let you live on him. That's for sure. But yeah, now the king seat holder, that's always a tricky one to manage. But again, 9 times out of 10, if you've held the king seat, you've held it before, and
yep,
you kind of know how to manage that lag.
And honestly, the way this bracket is moving along, the lag is really not going to be very much. By the time they finish their match, they'll be waiting for 2 matches before they play again, which is really nothing in the grand scheme of things here.
Well, and 2 shorter matches, too. Again, anytime we've got 2 out of 3 on the loser side, and we're playing 3 out of 5 on the winners.
Dustin not happy with either of those darts. They are very far away from the segment he is shooting for. Luckily, he does find it on dart 3.
Buries the 3rd. But up walks Zappa.
Absolute legend. Life is better again. Telling you what, pink roses smell fantastic.
What would you do without the double dash?
I've done nothing. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be able to talk. Wouldn't be able to talk right this second. I think it helps everybody in the grand scheme of things.
That is the question.
The double dash saved the day. I'm telling you what.
Trevor point lead. 18's close. I would have liked to see him stick with the 17.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, once you go there, and again, continuing with this aggressive play, Here comes Dustin.
Yeah, that's a big 9 just to keep him back in this first leg.
Goes from almost hitting a 13, throwing at the treble 18, burying a 9 mark on the 17s.
Good 5 mark again from Zappa. His floor is just really very high. Like, he's thrown one game that was in the mid-4s, and I think that's all we've seen him. That's the lowest we've seen out of him.
Yeah, very consistent player. And again, very consistent too. It's nice for us because you kind of know where he's going.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if he had that same shot in the 19s and the 20 was still open,
goodbye 20s.
He shoots up at that 20 every time. The 17, however, you saw, goes back to that 19 and grabs some more points.
I'm also trying to read his body language at Trevor's routes that he's taking to see if that matches up with what he's thinking in his mind.
Yeah, he's not giving much away.
No. That includes to Trevor.
Well, and honestly, I mean, that's by design.
Yep.
You're not getting much positive, but at the same time, you're not getting any negative. Looks like he's stepping over for the 15, and he snags it.
I'm going to call that a lot of positive. Even if he's not verbalizing it to Trevor, gets the job done, and Trevor even fist bumps the friend. I'm going to guess that's the translator. And he fist bumps Ian just for fun. Anyone else? Trevor's
Handing
a fist bumping machine right this second.
Handing him out.
Trevor, before we get started, we obviously are watching everything that's going on. We can tell where they're at if they're warmed up. We have an overhead shot as Trevor does take out those Bulls. It's a 1-0 lead for Danny and Trevor. And all of a sudden I'm getting a phone call from him. Hey, what's up, man? Hey, you need to turn the cameras. Yeah. Yeah, we know. We know, buddy. We just haven't done it yet because you're not started. All right. Turn the cameras, buddy. Love you. I was like, all right, cool. So he's definitely wants to make sure that everyone is doing their job properly, including being a backseat driver to the production team.
Yeah, just looking out for you. We're in hour 14 of our coverage today.
Yes, we are.
But greatly appreciate Trevor keeping us straight here.
Also, Trevor, in the future, call someone who knows how to do that anyway. Like, even if it was messed up, I'm not the one that's going to fix it.
Call Nick. Don't call me.
Turn it by hand before you call me next time. Don't do that, though. You see him just turn the tripod completely. That doesn't surprise me. All right, Trevor.
Good last. Not enough, but good last.
Blew the camera some raspberries there on the way to the board. Give a little.
Ooh, this is one of those pro legs getting away from you. Curtis and Dustin both averaging 7 with the throw. And that is going to be a handful.
That'll win a lot of times.
That will be a handful.
T-Ski, we wish. Curtis, going back up to point more before going over the 15s. Just a little
saving the average.
Yep.
I don't mind it.
Saving the average.
I don't mind it.
Trevor going to look at the bowl. Never a fun moment when those are darts 4, 5, and 6 for you, and you're shooting at the bowl down 76 points. But you said it. That's what can happen in these pro cricket legs.
Oh.
And Dustin, not overly thrilled.
Thankfully,
With that
no
last pull.
regulating body.
Yes.
Following the action here.
Ideally. That's not happening.
Zappa doing his best to try to pull back all of the points. But Curtis now one bullseye to send us to a third leg. Again, this is the king seat match, so we are back to race to 3.
Yep, 1-1 scoreline just makes us now a race to 2. This is now just a loser side format to see who's going to hold the king seat. I'm still going to say the same as you. My advantage is to Trevor and Danny, but if Curtis continues to play like he did and Dustin isn't completely living on the edge, it's going to be just fine. I mean, dart by dart for Dustin.
100%. Zappa with a very out of character single mark on the 20 to open. And honestly, you can't get too mad because Dustin could have just as easily filled that up.
Yep. Now Trevor's going to have to help out his partner.
Could have the lead. Not quite that good.
Not bad.
Now, which Curtis are we going to get? Ooh, we going to get 7 mark Curtis.
Maybe 9 mark Curtis. No, it's 7 mark Curtis.
I got an eye for these things.
You've been there. You've done all that.
Yeah.
Yep, you knew it.
We knew the 20
Goodbye.
was coming in there. The man only hit 1 the first time, and in the exact same spot.
Yep.
Every time he whacks the treble 20.
I mean, if you're Curtis and you just don't take all 3 darts at 20s, like that's your fault, you know? Like that's all Zappa thinks about.
You've been warned.
Many, many times.
Nice shot there from Holt. Good leg here in the 2-hole, taking advantage of that pour open from Zappa.
It was fun talking to Camille for the Polish team yesterday after his victory, and he said, he goes, I love soft tip darts. He goes, playing steel tip all my life, and then I see these triple segments, and he goes, it's fun because it's about who's going to make the mistake, and it could be literally one mistake that costs you the entire leg, and it's so much fun to play on that like level. I was like, that's really cool to like think of it that way, and it's true. It's not who's going to hit. It's one miss, and you could be finding yourself just sitting on the sidewalk.
Yeah, again, that's just another version of these legs can get away from you very quickly. Dustin avenging Curtis's shot on the 16.
He gave his O face there, I think, for a second.
Yeah. I was a little nervous.
Sweating a little bit. As Trevor throws a flyer in the third dart. Only a 3.67 in this leg for Trevor. Curtis has been just rock solid. Curtis, usual double partners with Billy Garkey. I call Billy the GOAT. But Dustin, 2 bowls needed be in the driver's seat. Up 2-1. And I'm going to go ahead and just guess right away that Zappa does not only throw 120 to start off this next leg.
Yeah, pretty much all that happened there was Zappa gave up the opportunity to be the first at 2-1. But you got to think him and Trevor have the firepower here to hold throw and take us to a decider.
You can always overcome the 1 mark on the 20s that right now he has, but he does find the last. Whew. And it was almost like a wide mouth of relief is what he kind of did there at the end. But you can get away with it. They just didn't do anything special to make up for that first mistake.
Well, Dustin holding a 6 the entire leg, including bullseyes, is also pretty tough spot to be in. And you are going to live every dart with Dustin Holt when he's at the board.
I feel like he could have been a great drama student, but only for the tragedies.
And a reprieve, a giant reprieve.
Reed's ready to go out. Mr. Watts having himself a great weekend so far. Now looks like he's resting up for the evening until Kyrie gets him to go out.
Lame.
Yep.
Okay.
He does it a different way this time.
Yeah, Zappa does it on the 19s.
I hate it now.
The 20 open. Well, I'm not a fan just because Zappa's actually really good on that 20. So I feel like he's leaving points on the board there. You might get away with it.
You got to go double here. You have to shoot at it, right? Or else you just wasted almost this entire. I mean, a triple 18 helps, but
again for the 20s, I think I agree. I think you have to stay there.
Yeah, and he gets it.
Buries the treble. It's a great dart.
Yeah, the reaction there afterwards is still relief from him, even though he's yelling at himself, right? Trevor's got to start going.
Oh, and we finally see a little reaction from Zappa back behind there.
Yep.
Curtis 7 mark on the next number.
The man is rock solid from Rockford. Home of Arachnid. BullShooter. Touch tunes.
Only 3. You're starting to get a little bit more frustration from Zappa on each one of these darts.
Absolutely, and he's doing the same frustration for himself as he is doing for Trevor. So it's not at Trevor, it's as a team frustration, which is always okay. And honestly, Trevor needs to pick it up. He's on a 2 mark right now. If I'm his partner, that's what I'm saying to him. And I'm throwing a 1.
Again, it doesn't really matter what language.
Yep. If you can say triples, that's all you need.
Yeah, what a shot.
I just love how miserable all 4 players look.
It's true. It's true.
And that's the fun of this game, ladies and gentlemen. Get involved. It really is a lot of fun. As these guys are doing what most people cannot do on a dartboard.
So Zappa, a measly 3.67 at the beginning of this one. And taking a lot more chances.
I'm curious if that dart was at the 15 or the 17, because it was the dead center 2.
Well, and that may be the reason why it was. Maybe he was of two minds on that that shot. See Masanu over there giving a little strategy lesson.
Well, Jolin, Shabuzi did say everyone, so. That might include Mr. Sellers here. But that doesn't matter.
Oh, he took the shot in the middle. I don't like that. He had the marker. He still, I mean, hypothetically could have still gotten that same score. And Curtis has been killing that 17. Yeah, it looks like it's going to continue. Oh, talked him out of it. Great first dart. Here comes Zappa.
Yep, opportunity. There goes the 17s right away. And he's going to go 15s instead. Okay. Well, he built a snowman. Grade 8 mark from him.
How about that?
Turntables. Doing their job.
And just like that, out in the cold, you're in this fourth leg, Curtis and Dustin.
Like they were thinking 2 throws ago, hey, we're going to win this 3-1. That's going to be great. Now, oh, shoot. We're about to go to a last leg decider where we're still playing Trevor Sellers and Danny Zappa.
Well, and they've allowed them to get their feet underneath them, too. I think they were seriously on the ropes here.
How's the math here?
Matt, midway through this leg.
31, so no. Yep, that's the right shot there from Trevor to go bull. A single mark on the 16 or 15 would not have added an extra bull.
Nonetheless, finish opportunity for the match. Oh, it's not going to happen. If it was Jay Barlow at the board, he'd have flipped it and tapped that bull in for him.
There you go. Todd Bunch, Ken Swanson, and myself won the very first pro blind draw in like 2003 out of Oklahoma City. He still plays some steel tip every once in a while. He has a headset too. But you're doing great.
I'm sorry. I forget it's there, guys. I really do. I try not to talk. I'm sorry.
Trevor is going to get out of the way. And if Dustin doesn't win this cork, I will buy everyone dinner.
Oh,
thank God. Okay.
I love it. Zappa and Trevor hugged after that one.
Zappa's like, is it close?
Is it me or Zappa's been corking for them, right?
I would think so. Why is Trevor corking for him? He's like, I got this, bud. He drags it way low.
Zappa goes a step forward and he throws an arm in front of him. Let me get this.
Halfway between the triple and the bullseye, baby. I would have beat Trevor's diddle on that one.
I can get 100 points on Golden Bull.
The minimum score is 2,100 if you can just stay inside the triple. And Dustin taking advantage of the start. Big 7 mark. Last leg decider. This is for the king seat of the Pro Luck here on this Saturday evening.
I think that's the first time we've seen Zappa miss that dart.
Yeah, hit the single instead of the triple. You're right. Every other time he's at least killed it.
Yeah.
So it always seems like the smart shot because every other time he's killed it.
Oh, my.
I'm sorry. Do they not? Again, they're playing Zappa. He's going to do it again. It's not like he's going to stop after the first one. Those 18s are gone after Dustin shoots the next shot.
Take your 180.
Like, I'm not joking. Like, even if Trevor doesn't get the point lead here, shoot all 3 darts at the trip 20s because they're gone after this throw. And do you want to utilize your start or not?
Only 3 from Trevor. Dustin already in with a 7 mark.
And the pressure's on that he knows Zap is gonna be taking out this 20 no matter what. So now you grab 18s here, right? Just play a little chess?
Stay on the 20.
Me too.
Yeah, you got to grab 60 more for all of the reasons that we were just talking about. I mean, Zappa's going to go 57, probably take it away and then back. Oh, he's not even. He's going back up?
Staying.
I don't like that.
No, not at all. If you're going to take the first dart at it, you got to take the second dart at it.
Yeah, if you're going to shoot it,
finish it.
To take it away, take it away. We'll see how it plays out.
Right now, they have kind of punted their opportunity of these 20s. Slack visits the last two visits.
Yeah, I didn't expect the miss from Dustin, especially after the 7 mark open. I mean, the toughest portion of it is done.
Yep. But Trevor almost hugged the camera. Does what he needs to do. If he does hug the camera, we are turning it a different direction.
Choosing to go down. Perhaps an easier switch.
Will's learning that he actually has a headset and microphone on. I'm learning that, that's also in just distance of me just to move and do my own thing. So whenever we need something, guess what? I can do it as well, buddy.
We're not even going to ask.
We don't need those motions of pointing at things that don't matter.
Oh, there he is.
Great darts.
What a time. He knew it was coming.
Brian Bigham says, I was actually thinking about Trevor being one of the best corkers in the building, honestly. Then he does that. And at 267, Trevor is, well, not good. Not good at all.
Nope. With the point lead. 219s shut him down. Now, because they did switch to the 17 first, this will give the larger number to Zappa and Trevor. They need to use it. Zappa just not been at the races last couple of shots, but here we see a big 7 mark to reel back most of that point deficit.
Curtis is going to look down at the 17s. He most likely stays for all of them now. Down definitely does. It's 4. Again, a situation where high ground versus low ground, you might be a little bit more aggressive closing the 18s with the lower number. But kind of a moot point here if Trevor does all this. Good 7.
Was that Zappa motioning to go down, or was he just shaking the arm out?
I am going to guess that, he's motioning to go down. Yep, that's exactly what he's doing. Which is good, because that means that they're on the same page.
Yep. I mean, he was doing it since the second dart, but...
Yes, fair. That's fair.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we're starting to realize that Zappa also does it with the higher ground versus the lower ground, which is now an interesting version of that strategy. I like it when it's the opposite. Back up. That'll do, but opportunity here now for Curtis.
Yeah, and Curtis has been feast or famine here in this decider thus far. Does find 6. Trevor pulling his average up quite a bit after his last shot.
Almost like he is like lunging up, like to a different level when he shoots.
Well, it's one of the, like right now, I think he's trying to be too deliberate.
Yeah. Well, he's called a statue for a reason. He's kind of a deliberate dart player, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah. No, I think he's trying to over-exaggerate everything proper.
Dustin did more than enough of his job there. The problem is that Zappa can change it with one big 9 mark. 16s. Yeah, he's just that aggressive. He might stay, you know? Like, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do. He does not like other people pointing.
Yeah, well,
at all.
But it really hasn't been until the last leg in this one that we've seen him do it on any other number other than 20, and I feel like there was plenty of examples for him to do it. And look at Curtis coming up huge.
Curtis and Dustin are gonna get this job done, barring anything crazy. And I think Trevor needs 5 bulls to determine anything crazy possibly happening.
216.
Gets that.
I like it.
He's like, now it's on you, Zappa. if Dustin doesn't do this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the only way you get a shot at this this game. And it's not a great one because this man has been deadly on bulls.
Yeah, but if Dustin doesn't hit this, they lose the next match. I'm not I think that's a type of, especially with how close it is. They're already in the 4th place match going on currently. That's too short of amount of time. He's going to be upset about that for a while if this hurts. It's not going to.
It's not going to.
So Dustin, you don't have to be perfect in this game to get some victories. And Curtis going to help him out. There it is. The king seat is Curtis Witherby and Dustin Holt. You love to see stuff like that as Trevor Sellers and Zappa are going to move on to the 3rd place match. And look at this, Gordon. We're back over on board number 90 for this beautiful 4th place match going on currently. Race to 2. This is leg number 1, just getting started. Man, Will Stewart has timed this perfectly throughout this entire evening. It's been masterful. Better than anything I've ever seen before in my life. The pacing has been perfect. Nice to have a production team that's not Thing 1 or Thing 2.
Robert White. Back in action on our screens.
He showed everybody, by the way.
It's Jordy. Quick, fast, and in a hurry gets a 7 mark of his own.
Yet another Spanish player.
Yep.
Still in this event.
Ave Moreno. Nino, as he's known. But Moreno was their 4th player on their 4-person team, if you remember that. He was in the 4 spot. So, again, it just... And look at this! Bobby!
Yeah.
Heisenberg himself, gracing us with his presence once again on our live stream. You know what, Gordon? I actually want to give you a huge shout out because the ladies single A finals, right? Featured, of course, and had in it Madeline Lewis, who you mentioned in the pre-show.
That didn't air.
That did not air. and I just want to give you credit for that, because that was a name that you kind of came up with out of nowhere, really, from even what I was thinking about, even seeing her play yesterday, right? But what a brilliant call to do that. She had not lost a single leg until the final, and then they got double dipped by
that was when I took my
Crystal Wagner,
my lunch break.
yeah, Crystal Wagner and Tori Gilstrap. But shout out to my tattoo artist for getting the job done.
Very nice, very nice.
Gordon now hates Tori automatically because of the dynamite stick on my hand.
Yeah, no. Anybody that feeds into that
Nonsense. Boom goes the North Dakotan there for Dason Albert.
doesn't find it. Pretty good lead here. Two big numbers. Shorty gonna try to fight back on 16s.
I like how the nicknames here are. We got Shorty and we got Nino.
Oh, that's her in the chat.
Oh, it's not Will. That's Gordon. But Tori, congratulations. Yeah, shot very well in that final against a really good opponent.
Jason just not happy.
You get choked up there with that? You seem to be just as upset as he was.
Nah, just a little stutter. Happens after 14 and a half hours.
Now, who's counting, though?
No one's counting.
When we were having a great time, time flies. And if you would have told me that it's almost 11 p.m., I would have thought it was 1. Because I would assume time had flown by quicker.
Shorty moving all the way over and finds the treble. What a dart. Big, big shot.
All right, here's Javi. I'm telling you what, this Spanish team has got to be one of the favorites in tomorrow's
It's going to be interesting.
team event. The Polish team, we haven't seen them play against the big dogs, right? So,
well, and we've only seen Camille, and we've seen obviously the result of the team.
yes. Yeah, where they just went through. I talked to Bud Crystal about that, and he's just like, yeah, that team there was nothing we did wrong. It just, thanks for playing against us in the final. Don't know how they lost a match at all in the Monsters of the Midway. And then, of course, the team from Canada has great players on it constantly. We can't rule out our U.S. players, of course. I'm really looking forward to it. We haven't even seen Team Belgium or the team from Denmark, and I know that both of them are mainstays here. So you know that they're going to bring some great competition as well.
Yeah, one of my favorite events of the weekend.
Leg number 1 goes to Javi and Robert.
Just a reminder, this is on the loser side. So it is only 2 out of 3.
And again, this is the 4th place match, so we will have one more of that format, and it will be the winner of this one taking on Daniel and Trevor. So it might still be a Spanish team or a Spanish team member for Spanish team member. We've seen that quite often in the deep parts of this tournament so far. And right now, Javi's doing work.
Yeah, Javi a little inconsistent when we saw him in the Monsters of the Midway, but certainly bringing it together here.
I would call him almost the liability on the team of the Monsters of the Midway. Out of the 4 players, definitely. And again, for Javi to be going first on the team with Robert White tells me a lot about Javi's game and how Robert feels about it. Because Robert even goes first with Scotty Miller as a partner.
Right.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be great coverage all day long, folks. You're not going to want to miss it. Starting at 10 a.m. For the parade international ceremony, and then the round robin. So a lot of darts and a lot of great darts from a lot of great players from around the world. Cannot wait. And also from Canada.
Can't leave out the Canadians.
Robert, only a 4 mark. He has definitely not been as on fire as we saw him earlier with Scotty. Jason just, it's okay. Just close it out. We need a single. Oh, Dason. He did way too much there, you think?
Yeah, I thought he was just going to chuck it in there. Probably not going to be a difference maker, but tell you what, Javi fills this up.
She will not now.
Yeah, shake of the head. Only could have got to 266, but still enough to make you think. And look at the speed. Shorty throwing with both hands again.
There was a gentleman that I used to throw with back in the day named Shaq. And it's because he was a big, tall human being. And he threw with that rapid 2-hand kind of release. They were gone within like 1 second of each other. Dason does take out leg number 2, so let's go to a last leg decider. Is it going to be Shorty and Dason, or is it going to be big-time Bobbert and Javi? That's, again, he's got to be the best diddler
I was just going to say
that we've ever seen.
Brian, I think Bobby White has got the biggest cork muscle in the room.
And it's a fat barrel, too. Like, it just looks fatter than others.
Yeah, it's offensive. It's offensive to throw at because he puts it in the double every time, and then you have to try to work around it.
Has he been worse than 1 hole out of the center hole on the diddle?
Not that I can remember.
Not for a last leg decider. And Nino's going to get the start. And I think Javi looks more like the guy from Office Space who creates the jump to conclusions mat if you put glasses on him. But there is Peter Gibbons in the background, by the way. Yeah, look at those losers of teammates sitting there watching their other teammates still playing in this tournament. Just kidding, by the way. Such a difficult tournament to play in. And Danny was the #1 player on the Spain team. Also a former World Cup team member for Spain, Danny Ruiz.
Another good shot there from Shorty. This is a luck of the draw, blind draw. Contained only the A and AA players that signed up. Nino does take a whack at that 19. Dason continuing to be unimpressed. Robert not able to get the point lead. So after a great cork and a decent open, Could be finding themselves on the wrong end, and finally Shorty going on both sides of the target. Look at this.
Nino with a big 8. Great darts from Javi. Gets the dap up from the teammates. And, yeah, David Ruiz, I did think that I knew him from other things. And the Gibraltar Open back in 2023 made the quarterfinals, losing to just Andy Bolton. World Masters competitor for a long time. World Youth Masters competitor back in the day. So been around the game, soft tip and steel tip, for quite a while.
Five-mark recovery from Shorty. Robert White just not at it in this one just yet, but Nino picking up the slack. Again, he's going to come up big. Another 3 triple turn.
And Dayson needs a lot of troubles, not going to get it. And this now is in the hands of Bobby and Javi.
Robert getting plenty of the support to settle down here, and that's exactly what he does. Struggle, 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 7 mark after the back-to-back 3 triple turns from Nino.
Shorty finds the trip 15, but that was not what he was looking to do to start. And now Nino to just continue to roll 6.5 in this leg has been impressive. And the 3 mark does his job.
Yeah, job done. Takes it away.
And 9 mark from Dayson, or all hope is gone, even though it might already be that case. You can tell he's very upset at the dartboard for being in the position it was in. I forgot about the chalk until just now, as Bobby steps up.
Till the poof.
Yep. The first dart poof is what did it. See how fast Shorty can get these darts out of his hand. I mean, that was as rhythmic as 1, 2, 3. Great 4 bowls from Shorty.
Yeah, probably not enough to turn the tide, but certainly a good shot.
Ryan Bigham, Javi has people skills.
Oh, he buries the double. Straight away, rings the bell.
Never a doubt. Javi Moreno is going to be moving on to the 3rd place match. And that will be against his teammate. So there will be a Spanish player in the final. Who's it going to be, though? Is it going to be Danny Zappa and Trevor Sellers, or is it going to be Javi and Bob? We will find out shortly.
Surprise, it's Nick and Will. Here we go with a third-place battle. What should be a good one this? We got Javier and Robert taking on Daniel and Trevor here in this one. How about a couple Spaniards taking each other on?
Well, I first off, let me just say this. There's no better time for me to commentate my first match at 11:15 p.m. on a Saturday into a multi-day tournament. And I'm excited for it. I'm excited for every bit of this because this event is so fun to watch. The pro luck is how friendships get made and nemesis get shown.
Okay, it's 11:15 and Nick's making his first appearance. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a doozy.
Nemesis?
I hope you guys are ready.
What's the plural of nemesis?
Buddy, I don't attempt things that I don't know, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
That's fair. Now, looking forward to taking a look at this. Robert White, we got to see do some serious damage on the board earlier, chalk flying and all. Curious to see how he performs here, especially because, let me tell you, Trevor Sellers was talking to me. I did a little quick tips with him out there, talking with some of the pros. And when I was talking with him, he's like, I haven't been able to communicate with my partner. And I said, I will tell you, as long as he keeps sending triples, you don't have to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They seem to have a connection, though, still. I mean, they seem to have a connection that's working. Why not? Why not?
Like you and I.
Brother.
Not
I've been meaning
like
to
you
talk
and
to
I.
you about this.
Ooh.
I'm just kidding.
You're the thing two to my thing one.
Trying to capitalize here on another triple. He gets it. What a big 6 mark that is, as Zappa's going to have to attack the 18s.
Goes right there, right at him. Needs another one of those to get the point lead back. And no dynamite, but does find a good shot there with the 7.
Bob coming in, or Robert. I like Bob.
Have we confirmed that he likes Bob, or have we just been rolling with the punches on that one?
Brian's calling him Bobby, so I like it.
All right,
I
that's
like
fine.
Bobby, yep.
All right, well, I heard Bobberts earlier as well. I heard we were giving some of those out there.
I think most Roberts go by Bob, let's be honest. Let's hear in the chat. Are you named Robert? Do you prefer Bob or Robert? Or Bobbert? Which one do you prefer?
Bill Smith here actually bring up a good point. I think it's a fair question. At a tournament of this magnitude, with so much online, why do they not use a raised Aki? I'll tell you, that's just not the common standard of this game format. I've never played a soft tip tournament with a raised Aki.
It's not common as common in soft tip. That's the truth there. Occasionally you'll see it, but most of the time it's a throw line that is present. So.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing. If you're used to playing that format, why would it change just for this? Yeah. Vice versa, if that was the standard, you would expect it here. But it's a fair point to ask.
We got one vote for Rob.
It's not even a vote. I think they're just telling us, like, no, it's Rob. It wasn't like I think we should call him Rob, guys. This is no, he goes by Rob, guys. Trevor Sellers trying to get the 17s going online. Needs to collect something. You can tell he's a little bit cold in this one. 6-6, and there's 2 6s and then 2 mid-2s. Some parity across the board, but not in the good way.
Well, can he grab another triple and then go down? There you go. That's a good round at the board. Big 7.
And Nino coming in there like a big storm in the middle of the ocean. El Nino? No? Tough audience.
It works.
I don't think it worked. Now you can see Mr. White coming up. Walter, that is.
Oh, my goodness.
And try to close the corner pockets. I would be a lot quick. He's struggling right now. You don't want to give him a free in shot. He's staying. Does switch on the last. Good switch from Rob.
Ooh, big round at the board for Trevor. Finds that 8-point advantage. Grandy's down on bulls or on 20s here.
Yeah, this should still be a simple 1-2-3 punch. I mean, even with Zappa behind, you don't want to leave the big 8-mark swing. Now you're going to have to stay. Scrap what I was saying. And there with a 2-mark, that's a wide open shot for Zappa to be able to steal in the twilight hours of this first leg. Needs to find a dart at the 20, and he does find it on the second, but doesn't. I don't like the stay, and I don't like the switch on the second dart. If you trip to the first on the 16, you switch on the second dart. Anything else, you need to get that point lead secure first, in my opinion. And I think this leaves a good opportunity for Robert, but he needs to collect. He's going for the close first, needs to drill it, needs to find a trip 20 on this last start. Only a single, and now Trevor Sellers, trip 15, single 20, and all of a sudden, advantage going into the Bulls.
Oh, yeah, not happy with that dart, and it's right on top of that triple bed. Almost a blocker here. Finds it with the second, needs more.
Surprised he didn't have more movement on the line there to try to get a better angle.
I think you've moved over to the left just a touch. It would have opened it up a little bit more, but to each their own.
Nino trying to shut down those 15s, does on the second. This last start needs to go up because it's only a 21-point difference. Single 20 adds a bull. You get more value out of a single 20 and massive value out of a trip. He does find the trip 20 at last, basically guaranteeing that first leg to Javi and Robert. Chat's letting us know he prefers Bob. Oh, wait, no, Rob. Sorry, I'm dyslexic, guys. My bad. Zappa, frustrated.
A little bit.
Well, now there's no game shot in sight. Need to find at least a single 20 in the last start to make that feasible. Oh, and it's going to hurt, too, that he missed a single 20.
Yeah, Rob only gets the one. So, I mean, chances are this is still done here, but...
Your only play is to hit as many bulls and get the point lead. You have to take that dart out of the hand because you know that Nino should hit 2 bulls almost every single time. And will not be able to get the point lead secured. So leg number 1 going to be going to Javi and Robert. One bull away. One more found. 5.25 leads the pack. Javier goes ahead and takes leg number 1. But leg number 2, Daniel Zapata looking a little eager to get to the line back there. You can see the scowl on his face. Future PDC World Cup participant coming up to the line.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I mean, few weeks, and that's going to be happening in Frankfurt, Germany. So you can look on and say, hey, I remember him. When Team Spain approaches their round robin stage.
It has to be like a top 3 PDC event for me.
The World Cup. Okay, yeah.
PDC event.
Yeah, for sure. I was going to say, we've had the pleasure of streaming a couple people that have made stage presence or even have tour cards now, and that's always a unique opportunity. Like Daniel Klaus, we've streamed him from Germany, and Kai Goddard, some people like that.
Yep.
I mean, even we had Boris here before. That's incredible. So, yeah.
We've also had a lot of those participants play here in the Chicago finals. I mean, Jeff
Exactly.
Smith in years past, Danny Lobby, Jules, Danny, both Dannys.
yeah, exactly.
So it's really cool to be able to see the different types of talented players that grace us here or grace us on USA Darts or really anywhere here that we get a chance to see these guys. This is a slowdown of a leg, all things considered. Who's going to get that first sprint, that first big breakaway here? That's the difference maker. Good shot there from Zappa. Take some control. Nino Gonna try to find that new playground. Choosing the 17s instead of the 18s. Does find 4, but that's not enough to push Trevor away from taking full control of this leg here if he gets a big shot.
Yeah, he's going to attack here on the 17s, you feel. Get rid of those, up to the 18s. How about a bit just around the board? Why not? Just around the board. 16s? 15s? I mean, that works too.
Oh, he didn't want us to make a horse noise. That's what happened.
Nimble works too. That's actually not a bad shot because it gives Zappa the opportunity to shut the door and potentially get the game shot.
Well, yeah, that's a steel tip classic shot, right? You do a shot like that because now, unless Robert there betted the 16 and got the point lead back, all the shot is just trip 16, trip 15, double bull. There's a trip 16. There's a trip 15. Here's a double bull. Oh!
Almost. Not quite.
I thought I was going to come in, drop some dynamite, and walk away. It's not exactly what happened, but a great shot to basically guarantee a last leg decider. And yes, Bubba, I will still continue to predict things, whether it goes well or not. We almost get a white horse there, as Nino kind of throwing in the towel for this leg. Respectably so, just knowing that they're one bull away. Couldn't really change that with his shot, even if he went 3 in the black. One to one, last leg decider.
Gotta love it.
Yeah, of course.
Gotta love it. More darts. It's always good. Reminder, folks, this is your third place matchup. Dustin Holt, Curtis Witherby await in the hill position.
Yeah, excited to see those guys on the line there. That seat match got pretty intense there for a little bit. It was some fun to be had.
Only a 2 for Zappa. Instant door opener. Wow.
Yeah, Zappa opens up with a 2, and if he loses this leg, he might be going for a Napa. Maybe just straight up going to bed. Nino storming in, finds a trip 20. Flights are crossed. Still is able to get one over top. Tough dart to throw because it's very easy in that flight path of your dart to get caught up there and fling the wrong direction. So a well-executed 6 puts Trevor in an interesting spot. If Trevor hits 4, does he hit a single 20? He's asking himself that question. As I shift it up, he does go ahead and do that shot. It's a good shot if Robert doesn't hit big, but first start trip lets him move.
Let's see if he follows it up with another one here on the triple 19. He cannot. I was thinking that was going there.
Yeah, if it went, that's max punishment, but actually that's kind of a let-off because it lets control kind of go back to the team with the throw. Zappa playing this aggressive. I don't like the switch, but then again, he finds a trip 19 in the last. I can't insult it if he still finds the cross-board correction. That's exactly what he did.
Attacking the 18s, trying to pad the point. Oh, interesting. I don't know if I like that. I think he should have held true, grabbed the triple on the 18, and then possibly looked down. And maybe not have looked down. Maybe just hammer the 18.
Well, you're asking Trevor to hit a 5 mark. If he trips the 17, it's 2 18s. He doesn't trip the first start, which is your relief. Oh, I don't like that switch either, though, Trevor. What are you doing?
Yeah, I agree with you there. He needed to hammer another triple there on the 17s.
You need the security here. In the last leg decider to get to the finals, you need the security. You can't take any big risk. You can't if you have to, but you shouldn't if you can avoid it. There, Trevor put himself in a risky spot. Does it hurt? Oh, you can see the rosin chop flying
That
everywhere.
puff, man, is insane.
Oh, man. In the membrane, for sure. Now Zappa, not this last BullShooter year, but the year prior, my first year working BullShooter Europe remotely. My favorite thing about watching him was his finishing was incredible. His the amount of ton plus checkouts he had in split bowl double outs, I was thoroughly impressed with him then. I'm surprised he didn't swing the double 18 in the last set with how good he is on the double ring. That's a great shot there from Nino, by the way. A gentleman I got to commentate plenty of this BullShooter Europe. Especially I got to watch him play team cricket for a while, which is one of my favorite games to watch.
Just about a month ago, right?
Yeah, it was last month. It was just after Team Dirt.
Rob has to open, well, just keep pounding the 18s, really. He's taking a look. No, I thought he was going down. I was like, nobody, no, stay there. Stay there.
Zappa could still hit a big shot. I don't like that. And then if you're going to do it, commit.
This is...
I don't like that shot. I mean, I understand avoiding that trip 18 because of the amount of chalk dust on it, but that's about it.
Playing for a final here, man. I mean, you're going to see these tight-knit, questionable darts that, do they work? Do they not work?
Well, but right now, a trip 18, trip 16, trip 15.
There you
Trip
go.
15.
Goodbye.
Oh, if it goes, that would have locked it in.
That's still a big shot.
That's still
though.
massive.
That's still, yeah. I mean, it forces Trevor to hit, I mean, all of them on the 15s here. He can't really sacrifice the one on the 18s to close, can he?
No, maybe.
He may. I wouldn't put it past him.
Now he can't.
Yeah, he can't now.
He's debating it. Zappa says close.
Yep.
That crossed international barriers of communication.
That was a very, yep, just get rid of it, bud.
Well, we'll see if it pays off.
He's like, there's nothing you can really do. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is it's 57 points, right? So you're asking for 6 bowls with that shot selection, unless for some reason the single 15 doesn't go, but it does. So it's 6 bowls, 3 to close, 3 to get up. That's a big ask, but one time on the one time.
Come on, buddy.
No.
That's a very difficult first because now you don't even have anything to guide it off of.
Yeah, first one hit a wire a little funny, and then it just kind of broke his concentration, and that might be all she wrote. Nino.
He needed a couple just in case. And
At least 2. You need 2 to leave 4
man.
at the bare minimum. But Nino should be able to storm on through to this final.
There you go. It'll be Dustin Holt and Curtis Witherby versus Javier and Robert in our final. It's going to be good. Hang tight, folks. We're going to have this one coming your way here in just a moment's time. William Stewart, Nick Teixeira. Stay right here for this final, folks.
That's right.
Come on. We'll be right back.
Welcome back for the final of the Pro Luck Doubles here on this Saturday evening at the 39th Annual BullShooter Finale in Chicago, Illinois. I'm Sean Green, joined by Nick Dirachi DeShera. Nick, this is going to be a heck of a final, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I can tell you I'm sitting in Gordon Dixon's chair, and I feel smarter already. This is incredible stuff. And this should be a lot of fun to be able to look at these guys. I had a chance to watch the seat match out there a little bit as I was talking with the different pros and filming with them a little bit. It was a really cool opportunity to be able to see all the different action in person out there rather than just from behind the screens of where we're at. The energy in the room, even as it's thinning, is still very intense. These players want to get the win in this event.
Oh, absolutely. And to have a duo that we've seen, Robert White and Javi. Robert White, of course, made kind of a first appearance for us on the stream today with Scotty Miller. Was going first on a team with Scotty Miller as his partner. Tells you a lot about how good of a player he is. So this is no surprise to see him in this final. And the same goes for the other three players that we've seen so far.
Well, it is surprising is how one-way traffic to this matchup is in league number 1, it seems. Curtis and Dustin,
yeah.
They did obviously spent their break well.
Yeah, Dustin is a seasoned pro, and Curtis, I don't think, does anything crazy for pacing purposes. But it'd be really cool to see the home of BullShooter hometown player and Curtis Witherby win this Pro Luck this evening.
Yeah, I was talking with Nick Jorgensen from Bullshot Darts out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I was
Nick's
like,
here.
Yeah, he was out here. I did a quick tip with the pros with a guy that literally does videos about it, right?
I love that.
And when I was talking with him, I was like, I'm moving up to Illinois. He's like, wait, you really are moving up to Rockford? Why Rockford? I was like, oh, it's the home of Arachnid. And he looks at me, he's like, really? And I'm like, you live in Illinois. How do you not know this dart expert, man?
Yeah, and Dustin also an Illinois native, I believe.
Now, here's the X Factor conversation that happens in finals like this. Dustin doesn't drink. Do you think that's helping him in a moment like this, you think?
1,000,000% yes. And I think that this is one of the reasons why he probably does not take part in any aspect of that. He's able to he doesn't have anything to worry about pacing. I think Curtis is similar in that way, which makes perfect sense why they're the king seat. Why they get along so well as partners. They don't have to worry about each other maybe cellarsing it up a little bit.
You use that verb. 2 bulls needed for Curtis Witherby. Whether it be in the bull or not, it's not going to go so far. Needs to find the double bull. 4 numbers. You still stay. Gets 1.
2B or Witherby? That is the question. The answer was 2B.
Yeah. It stands for 2 bulls.
Yep. And he only got 1. And Bobby White. Rob, I guess, is what he actually goes by. Correct?
Yeah, the chat made that very clear. That was not the correct read with the bobbert.
Oh, that's fair. No, that's never a correct read, guys. That was completely a made up name. So Dustin does take out leg number 1. It got surprisingly closer than it should have by the end of it because they were getting railroaded hard early on.
It was still 4 numbers, though.
It's true. Yeah, it just seemed like it got closer there at the end. But a 1-0 lead now for Curtis and Dustin. Javi's going to get us started here in leg number 2.
We'll see he's able to do. We saw him fare very well in that last leg decider where he averaged a 6 in that last leg to help force through and send home Sellers and Zapata. And he starts off with a
boom goes the dynamite.
Really good. I forget I'm sitting next to a professional when you rip the boom goes to dynamite like that.
I like when you say rip the boom goes to dynamite. That's kind of funny.
Well, how would you prefer me to say it?
I've never heard rip used in that type of
like you ripped it, like let her rip?
Let her rip is a phrase.
Yeah, right.
But I don't think. Anyway.
You ripped it.
Rob stepping up, closes out the 19s right away. And what a difference a leg makes, right? Javi starts off with a 9 mark, and Rob at least gets the 19s closed.
It's all about tone setting. Every leg When you're at a pro blind draw in a world final, right? This is truly just set the right pace and your partner will follow it. That's what it feels like for a lot of these different matches. Everybody has the ability to be the best guy on the board. It's just about finding the right timing of doing it with your partner.
Consistency is everything in this game when it gets to a certain level. And Nino trying to add to that consistency, and he does not do so there. Dustin, a bit of an opportunity.
Yeah, you can definitely make something interesting happen here. You would need to start with a good couple 18s before you can consider any other options. And frankly, this is a turn where all I'm thinking about is 18s and setting it up for Curtis on the next go.
Yeah, the one thing that I have loved from seeing Dustin Holt tonight is that, for the most part, he takes advantage of the opportunities that he's given and does not do so there. I'm going to blame myself for that setup and see if Rob can punish.
Well, and you can say what you will about Robert, right? But he left his mark on this board, mostly because you can see the chalk all over the 15 and 18.
Yeah. Listen, the chalk flies. You don't see that very often in soft tip.
Very rare.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense as a steel tip, especially for a lot of Canadian players used to hold chalk in their hands as they play. There's still a lot of CDC pros, David Cameron being one of them, that has chalk in his hands as he plays darts, even though there's no chalkboard or anything for him to write on. Mm-hmm. It's just what he's used to when he plays.
I used to have something very similar where I used to hold an iPod Nano in my hand listening to Look What You Made Me Do the entire time.
And Dustin's going to step up here and well behind. We'll see if he practices for leg number 2 or leg number 3.
Yeah.
Because I know how to count.
He got there one way or another.
Well, look what you made me do. I messed up that one.
Does it feel weird that you have to be the straight man when I sit in the chair after being with Gordon all day, who is the straight man between the two of you?
It's you mean like demeanor-wise.
Yeah. Not whatever the other interpretation could have been.
I mean, either way, it doesn't matter.
That's not.
But it was for clarification for the chat, who's wondering why we're having this conversation in the middle of this leg, as it is now 1-1 scoreline. Javier and Robert versus Curtis and Dustin. This is a finals where it can go to the double dip. Why did I sit back down? That's really what I want to know at this point. I think it was to challenge myself, and I'm going to be a better man after this. Leg number 3, Dustin going to get the start. And yes, it is very weird having to sober myself down a little bit in the goofiness, I guess, aspect of it. Or I can just play along with you, which it's probably going to end up happening here eventually, because that always ends up being the change.
Well, it's time to get serious, Sean. Dustin Holt going to go ahead and get us started here for leg number 3.
Thank you, thing 2. A 5-mark opening for Holt. The good news is that I don't think ever would have thought that this was going to be the way that these jerseys were going to look and everything. It's way, like, you just need to actually put tape on that bad boy on the front that says 1 or 2 and just walk around with it.
I'm glad you guys didn't make the connection till the end of the day, because it would have been all day like that.
Listen, I mean, hats off and hands down to Heather Kinzer, who for the first time ever messaged me tonight with the picture of you next to thing 1 and thing 2 and said, "I spy one and the same." That's all she said there. And it has been LJ's favorite thing, I think, ever.
Oh, he loves it.
Yeah, he is a fan of mine after sending both of those things this evening.
We're all fans of you here, Sean Green.
Not everybody. I've been told many times to my face how much people hate Boom Goes to Dynamite.
Someone came up to me and said, "Are you the Boom guy?" when I was out there, and I was like, "No, I know the guy." Well, I don't like it. This is how that conversation went.
It's not my fault.
It actually is. Good shit, 20 on the last there for Dustin Holt. Back to the match. Nino pushes the 17s. Needs to find all in the 17 bed and still will not be able to fully recover the position that he would want to be in.
Boom goes the dynamite for Nino as he hits the 3 in the bed on the 17s.
Like a forecaster predicting a storm before it blows on through.
Like an El Nino.
I was leaning into that a little bit.
that.
That was really good.
Curtis.
Acting like a killer. Killer Curtis Weatherby finds a 7.
Thanks for clarifying. With that being his dart nickname. At the end, I was so concerned that we were dealing with a murderer on our hands.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And Walter coming up.
Eisenberg himself. Oh, no. He does need to get a bowler hat, though. Only a 3 mark. And Dustin in the driver's seat.
And, you know, with the format like this, there's always the consideration of the fact that right now you're in a situation where you're favored in league if you're Curtis and Dustin, although this is getting to look like an opening.
Wide opening.
But if you even win this leg and go up 2-1, you're still going to have to go against the darts and then really be looking at the last leg decider.
Jesse's enjoying this, so that's wonderful. At least someone is. Nino, you wonder if he's going to take the stab at the 20s like his partner in comms would do, and he does take the stab at the 20s, down 10 points. That is Zappa's apparatus. I don't know. I don't even try to.
I can't believe he's his apparatus. That's incredible. It's a big honor. Curtis there looking fiery.
This is why I say boom puts the dynamite instead.
It's really nice. Just because you're taking over Gordon's job for this match does not mean you have to use this. There you go.
Someone else help me because that wasn't right either.
Modus operandum?
No, stop. Don't try. Definitely not you. Anyone else? Just give me a guess. I'll even take one from Will right now, but he's not even going to try.
2 15s in a single 16. 1, 2, 3 punch. This is where fundamentals matter most, Dustin Holt. You can't miss his first start.
He doesn't.
Now you need to make sure to collect this close. Big old single. You got to drill it. Does do so. Good shot there from Dustin Holt. Pointed to the fans in the Raptors. Raptors.
That is a Freudian slip if I've ever seen one. Or heard one, I guess. Why am I off? Oh, okay.
It's certainly 12 o'clock. You can tell.
It's only 11:55, actually. Nino gets 5 bowls that round. So there's the point lead. Puts a little extra pressure
When do
for
you
sure
move it?
on this.
You don't ever move if you're Curtis, right? You're just trying to set up your partner for the
Correct.
hat trick, right?
Yeah, you definitely put all the pressure on Dustin.
Ooh, unlucky on that last start.
Might not be able to put any pressure on Dustin because, listen, Rob might be the most unknown out of the players here, but he most likely hits this. It's 2 bowls and a trip 16. And that's a happy little accident. No longer happy because he also needed 3 bowls.
Only gets the 1 bowl, 116. Opening here for Dustin, and this is a shot for Dustin where I would say go ahead, start this bowl. If it does not click on the first, move away because a single 16 does not help you here. You need at least 2 16s to have it be a difference maker. This is where it gets dangerous. Gotta drill this last start. Doesn't do so, and this is where it gets dangerous. 2 bowls and a double 16. You gotta break a throw. Ruh-roh.
I don't know how Javi doesn't actually hit this with how clutch the Spaniards have been so far that we've seen this weekend. Yep, double 16. Yep.
Ooh, gave some sauce on that one too.
6.2 from Nino, and you give him an opportunity, he's going to take advantage of it. 2-1 lead now.
And that's what we were talking about, Dustin. It's really hard to say don't go for the hat trick to Dustin Holt ever, but it's one of those things where if you don't hit that first start double bowl, there's a big argument to say go back for the trip 16, and if you trip it, you can go back over. Play a little bit safer, but I don't think I would have told Dustin Holt that in the moment. It's just a consideration that we get to have from our point of view.
I can tell you this, if Dustin Holt is my partner, and he asks me or looks at me like, what do you want me to do here? And I'm going to look at him dead in the eye. I'm going to say, you're Dustin Holt. Go hit 3 bullseyes, please.
If Dustin Holt ever turns to you and asks what to shoot at,
well, it's already a problem.
it's already a problem.
But listen, if he's going to have me on his team, it's for one reason only. It has to be not because of my skills on the dartboard. It will have to be my mind. And unfortunately, that is only right half the time.
Javier and Robert can go ahead and get the win in this matchup and send this to the second set. That's the goal. It's up to Curtis and Dustin to go ahead and deny them that opportunity. And Curtis, I talked about this with you, Sean, back in Rockford. I feel like we were so focused on Billy the Goat Garkey. Just like right here, we're kind of really focusing on Dustin. Curtis has been doing his job pretty consistently. It hasn't been super flashy, but it's been very solid.
And that's exactly what Curtis has been. However, there's been some legs where he has also picked up Dustin, become that 5'6", 5'7" for a leg or two. It is exactly what we saw with him and Billy. Curtis was actually going first on with Billy, if I'm not mistaken, giving Billy kind of the confidence to take those crazy shots that he was able to take and hit.
Because that was a Pro-Am team, if I'm not mistaken.
It was, yep. And Billy was definitely the answer. That was actually way too good. For Midnight, that was.
I can also do a sheep. Do you want to hear my sheep?
Nope.
Hey, it's me. I'm a sheep. I'm walking here.
Boom goes the dynamite for Nino. And what would you guys rather have? Nick saying whatever the heck he just said, or boom goes the dynamite? Exactly. Not even a question.
Will's crying. I think Will's done.
I think Will's crying at the fact that I'm not breaking at your craziness right this second.
There's a tough shot in front of him.
Justin Hightower was saying he was a big fan of the Got Porky video that you posted earlier. Will?
That was a good one from Will Banger.
Nick? That's what I meant to say. Was it Will?
It was Will.
Okay.
No, you got it
the
right.
way you said it was like almost sarcastic.
No.
I had no idea.
I'm always serious.
I don't know why I laughed at that out of everything.
I don't know either, man.
It was that audacious.
It's been a long day of fun coverage here.
Long day. Now a long day too, as the coverage has rolled over.
Well, we talked about this last year, but my first year being out here in Chicago was so much fun, and then hearing here year 2 for me being out here, Gordon's year 100 probably, and then you guys being out here for the first time. It's
7.
really cool.
You're 7 for Gordon.
You're 7 for Gordon. It's really cool to have all the range of perspectives and being able to continue to grow and watch this tournament change in real time, right?
Yeah.
Just even from last year to now, very different.
100%. And I think that most people would agree that any of the changes that have been made have been positive ones or steps in the right direction towards what everyone kind of wants to see overall. I'm got to be honest with you. The thing that I've loved the most is having the ladies, the AA ladies, play the same exact format as the AA men. It's also a favorite thing because they always talk about how, like, we should play the same format and all that stuff. But then when it happens, they're like, I don't get to play this format very often, and that's going to be crazy. But nowadays, they're playing mixed doubles that are that format. They're used to playing those types of formats now at the big events, and they showed up and showed out.
They certainly did, and they put on some stellar performances.
Yeah,
and even, hand in hand, having 2 boards in the bullpen this year has been a big difference maker. I mean, last year there was occasional 10, 15-minute breaks after every other match. It felt like you guys have been kind of cruising through. You and Gordon in particular, I mean, just talking, yapping.
It's easy to have things to talk about.
It's awesome.
When there's great darts going on the screen, when we're getting to know new players and see some players take extra steps in the positive direction towards a higher level of their darting career. Taylor Thaxton winning last night is going to go down for me as one of my favorite commentary moments that I've had so far in the 5-6 years that I've been able to do this. Knowing how much it means to her to do that, and it would have meant the same to her to do it at a local bar than it did, but to do it on this stage in that bullpen.
It's a different level. It's a different feeling.
Is especially to go through all those nerves and battle back through. Because the last thing that you hate to see is things like that happen. As Javi and Rob are gonna, shocker, we're gonna go dipping. Here in the
know
final.
what? I'm thinking let's switch it. Triple elimination. Let's see how many dips we can go.
We're 5 out of 6 today in the finals of going double dips. The only one that didn't was the
one
the
where we got
double
part
A,
way,
where we only got to see the very last part of the leg. Everything else has gone to a double dip.
Well, Jack Wagon, great question here. What does AA luck mean? So luck just means it's a draw. Every player in this pool is either a double A pro or a single A pro. You go single A pro by winning at a regional.
Yep.
And you go double A pro by winning at Chicago.
Yep.
And then those are and then you have different terms of lengths for how long you are actually on this pro list.
And you go AAA pro if you get your car fixed.
Yeah, triple A if you need a tow.
Yep.
And it's kind of a little bit of a confusing naming system. I might be having some adjustments here pretty soon. But basically, a lot of good players got paired up together randomly.
Yep. So yeah, you put your name in a hat pretty much, and they draw out random pairings. So you get a random blind draw partner. It's not a bring your own partner event like most doubles events will be.
It is one of my favorite parts about Chicago, though, is like this is a main event still, right? So having main events where you're having your top talents get mixed up together so you don't just see the same teams you've always seen.
Yep.
I love seeing iconic duos like your Garrett and Porky type of pairings where you see them play together for year after year. But I also really love seeing brand new, you never would have expected Trevor Sellers, Daniel Zapata to play together kind of pairings, too.
Rob White and Javi probably can't even speak to each other. Like, they probably cannot actually communicate.
Oh, I watched them try to communicate earlier. Can I tell you what that was like?
I can almost guess, and I'm going to guess it's like they almost can't communicate with each other, and they're still in this final doing this. Boom goes the dynamite for Dustin Holt. That's so cool. And the third place match, the third place team, Trevor Sellers and Zappa, another team that they could not speak to each other at any point in time. So,
correct.
It just shows what can happen there, right?
Well, it was a moment where I walked out there and the match prior to Javi and Robert getting into the bullpen for these last couple legs. What happened was that they were literally Javi's about to hit start match in their, I assume, fourth place match or whatever it was, fifth, sixth, whatever it was. Goes to hit start, and then he turns around and sees Robert up there trying to buy drink tickets and is trying to flag him down. Robert gives him a thumbs up and then accidentally walks to the wrong board. Just a completely different direction before eventually they got it figured out. And that was a level of communication we're dealing with here.
Yep. I gotta love it. Fickle, it is in my Hoosier accent, so leave me alone. It also might be of Nick that did it. I don't know. I don't pay attention to those types of things.
I don't listen to me either.
Yeah.
I mean, Curtis and Dustin having major communication issues, I'm sure. No. Dustin not happy with that 3 mark, by the way. He expected that to be more, and you saw that by the reaction looking for the alternative angles.
Well, that's how I follow a 9 mark.
Mine's usually with a 2 mark. I follow, it's like 9 mark, 2 mark, 5 mark. That's like my order.
That's a pretty good call. I usually go 9 mark, 3 mark, 0 mark. 0 mark, 0 mark, and then I lose the leg. But I start off great. Josh, the coverage tomorrow starting at 10 a.m., correct?
That is correct.
For the parade and international.
Yeah, so basically we start as soon as that parade gets going. Yep. So we'll be out there. 6 total countries. Unfortunately, only 5 will be participating as Canada fell a little bit short on actually getting their roster finalized. I blame Matt Campbell. He's in here. I blame him.
I think what ended up happening is I didn't get my passport finalized to become a Canadian citizen, which is not what a passport does at all.
Nope.
But we're just going to call it what it is, a spade, and I messed it up. So I can't play for Team Canada. Neither can you, even with that hair. And Will tried to say sorry, but it just wasn't good enough.
Sorry.
Yep. We tried to watch Letterkenny as much as we possibly could, pick up any extra tablets, and they just thought it was fake. Boom goes the dynamite for Holt.
I almost quoted something I probably shouldn't have quoted from that show. I was about to start falling right into that.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Well, Curtis and Dustin definitely doing a little bit of a rally cry considering how they felt like they were about to have a 2-1 lead. Instead, they kind of lost position entirely in that last matchup.
Rob definitely re-chalked the hand.
Yeah, you got to love it. I can't wait to clean this board in the morning.
I'm telling you, it looks like little LeBrons every time it hits the dartboard. Little LeBrons celebrating.
I believe his name is Bronny.
Nope, that's the
a little LeBron.
That's the kid.
That's a joke. And just like Bronny, that was an air ball.
Wow. Nino stepping up here. You've been on there for 30 minutes. You just found a place.
He's a peruser. Oh, bull.
I don't say Warsh. Let's not go that far. Okay.
Washington, D.C.
It would behoove you.
Only one bull away for a 1-0 lead in this deciding set here for our finals. It's been nonstop fun, and I hope you guys have been enjoying the coverage of the professional commentators that were here before I was sitting in this chair.
They were.
That being said, what I am looking forward to this go-around as well, as Curtis does go ahead and get that 1-0 lead, is the fact that last year, because of just restrictions and time limitations, there was no like videos posted after the finals. I'm really looking forward to people that are watching now to be able to watch back some of these matches a little bit easier, and people that didn't get a chance to watch them as well. So make sure to follow us, BullShooter Sports Network, over on YouTube. That's where we have our best coverage and all of our content, especially anything to do with the videos.
Nino
Storming in
with a big 9 mark. Huge start for Nino. And Dustin Holt going to try and do the same thing on the 19s. Nope. And he immediately goes, cool. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, well, he's you can see how much he's firing himself up as he's throwing those darts, as he's letting it be very clearly known how he feels about that one.
I'm surprised. Usually he has the greatest poker face in this game.
Well, he just knows your opponent starts with a 9, you start with a 3. Well, now all of a sudden they hit another 9, you're out of it completely. Instead, this is going to be the best case scenario, really the best case scenario. Only a 2 leaves Curtis Weatherby a shot.
It is really the best case scenario, as Curtis is going to try and 9 mark the 19th. I think I did a pretty good job recreating that, which I'm very proud of. I can't do that. All right, Nino going to close the 19s. Yep. Depends on how aggressive he wants to be there. There you go.
Now we
17s.
switch.
Yep.
I'm surprised. I know that he's been preferring the 17s. We've seen that in the last couple of legs. But, man, just you hit the single 19, you did the quick switch to 20. Why not just switch to the 18 there, go in order and easier transition? I don't want to say it's a guaranteed trip if you did that switch instead, but I feel like it would have been a slightly easier one.
Yeah, I agree with that there. And Holt does get 3 clear darts at a very wide open bed. Now it's only a 32-point advantage. 52-point advantage. Back to the 20s. No, he stayed on the 18s, and I do not like that gameplay, because 54 points gives him the 2-point lead, and you take out the 20s at your earliest opportunity if you're Curtis here. And only a 3 mark needed to do that. And that was an interesting start. You got to look at it. And he doesn't pins it.
And that's why they call him Killer Curtis Weatherby and not Kind Curtis Weatherby. That was a very mean shot. I love it.
And how about that? Nino goes 9 mark, 8. Well, no, he didn't go on 9 mark, but he had an 8 mark right there, and that was big.
Well, thanks for gaslighting us a little bit there along the way. That was part of the fun. Never know what's going to happen here in the stream room. Trip 16, still down 18 points. Stays for a 3 in the bed for a great 9 mark.
Boom goes the dynamite. Boom goes the dynamite from Dustin Holt.
No, it's boom goes the dynamite.
I don't think I say it like that at all.
No, that's how it should be said. Good 5 from Robert White.
Curtis looking at the 16s.
Does have a chance because of that big shot from Dustin. Trip 16 needed on that dart. Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, that's not the time for the 2 mark. That could be the mistake that cost them this leg potentially.
I mean, it's also A score lines versus and the B score lines. It's 2 different stories. You can see 7-3-3, 6-3-3, 3 and a 4. If the 3 or the 4 gets brought up, just a single mark either side, it makes a big difference. Let alone if they're playing at their true mid-5. Everyone at this point in this final knows that they have the ability to be a mid-5 or higher for the rest of this, for these last remaining leagues, I should say.
Well, Robert's going to get a chance here, but I fully expect Dustin to take back control of this leg. And he's going to lower my expectations about that.
And not happy with that dart at all. You can tell exactly how he feels.
It's in the mid 8s, you know? It's not a good dart for him. It definitely a flyer. If he switches to the 15s, no, he stays on the 16s. He had enough room, and I was not sure about that.
Yeah, even if he didn't have enough room, he really needs to get that point lead secured because now you want Robert to have only a 1, 2, 3. You want him to only go single 17, single 16, single 16, and leave the potential 7 mark. Or he doesn't shoot it and instead paints the 17 with plenty of chalk.
Chalk went flying,
That
but
is a lot of chalk.
there's a lot of chalk on that board. But the darts do not find the targets that they were intended to find.
Yeah, this is a way better situation for Curtis than instead of the 1, 2, 3 punch.
You got to take a look at it, right?
Yeah.
No,
He doesn't.
wrong.
Here's the thing. So he goes at last start instead, hits a trip 17. Then I guess it is just trip 15, single 16. It's a 5 mark ask. I understand why you wouldn't do that, but at the same time, the 9 mark doesn't kill you as much as it could have. So I'm of 2 minds on that one.
Nino does find the last dart, but I also, math-wise, it was 53-point lead versus 51, which definitely is a difference. But this is going to be, again, the best opportunity that Holt's going to get to kind of turn this around.
Oh.
And that's completely blocked.
Yeah. He's going to have to, he's moving to the side. He's going to throw into that barrel. You see exactly what he did. He kicked right off it. You have to get away. You should not stay. He does stay, and he does hit. Never mind, you're a genius.
My, how the turntables.
Well, just that last start, but you would expect it to deflect a little bit more. But he moved over knowing that he was throwing into that dart, and it was a well-executed shot from a top-notch pro.
Well, when I saw him not moving after dart 2, I figured he was staying there for a third, and that he found himself a good angle. And unfortunately, after Rob hit the triple on the first dart, nothing, and Curtis can just 3 fats if he wants to on the 17s. Instead, he's going to get some more. A lot more. Big 9 from Curtis Witherby.
And, again, he was sitting a little bit low, brought his average up to range. You can still see the 3 saying at a 3.
5-8 and a 5-2 is going to be difficult to beat.
Yeah, absolutely right. Combined 11? I can't even count to 11. I ran out of fingers. Dustin Holt not going to have PTSD of the previous legs where he lost on that last side of the bowl. Doesn't matter what the position they're in. They're in a great spot to go 2-0 up.
Why are you voodooing him like that?
They're in a great spot to potentially go 2-0 up.
You just voodoo mama judooed him.
I'm sorry, what did I do?
Voodoo mama judooed him.
One more time.
Voodoo mama jujooed him.
Robert finds a bowl. And another. Three clear for 1 bowl for Curtis Witherby. To get 2-0 up, a near death sentence in a format like this, by the way.
Yeah.
Because you're going to get 1 leg with the throw.
Yep. Guaranteed. Might be 2.
It could be 2.
Yep.
But you don't want to go to that last leg decider in the final, ever. Unless you're Javier and Robert, then you do.
Unless, and I can't make this clear enough, unless it's the last live stream match of the evening, then it's guaranteed that it's going to go the distance.
Oh, it's not saying that it won't happen. It's just that I don't think they want that.
Who?
Curtis and Dustin specifically.
No, they definitely don't want to do that. Obviously, Javi and Robbie are going to want to. Dustin, good first start. Good 7. Yep. And that's about the calmest response I've seen out of him.
Yeah, and you can see giving a little bit of respect towards each other there, trying to hype each other up, saying, let's get this done here and now. We're going to propose a different idea.
And I'm still waiting to see the Rob White that I saw earlier today go first on the team with Scotty Miller and be the best player.
You're deservingly going first.
That 7 mark shows a little bit more of what I'm used to seeing out of him. And I've been super impressed with Javi. Again, he was the anchor player in the midway on Thursday, and there wasn't really an argument there. As we get some boom goes the dynamite.
Well, you're seeing a very strong version of Javi.
He's throwing very well.
You would love, and maybe I'll try to get someone else to join me next time the BullShooter Europe stream comes around, because, man, when they're in Toulouse, Spain playing this, they get crazy. The crowd gets intense. We'll try to get
we need to be on site for that.
I've been trying to say that for a while now, and I keep ending up remotely doing that one, waking up at like 4 a.m. to start the stream.
I wish I knew someone who could figure that out.
If I can't get myself there, how do you think I'm getting you there?
It's for community relations or whatever.
I am the man of the people. Curtis Weatherby over to the 17s. Needs a 3 in the bed and then borrow 1 of Porky starts. Needs at least 4.
I'm supposed to manage the international community if you're not international.
Augustine's the director of Europe. He's got it.
Cool. And we need a stream team.
Javi can take advantage of this. This leg should be going heavily in the direction of Javier and Robert, but I spoke too soon. This is an opening. Dustin Holt does have an 8.0 going. I really can't count out anything at this point.
I can count out Dustin missing a whole lot. Feeling that's not going to happen. He won at 9. And nodding his head at 5. There it is. Yay!
Gives himself a round of applause to his darts. It wasn't to him. It was to that last dart for listening to what he wanted. Not enough to turn the tide, but it's just enough to potentially give a route, unless another triples hit here.
It is.
All right, going to the next leg is where their mentality is going to start to shift to.
1,000% it is. Curtis is going to try and 9 mark, of course, the 15s, but instead he's going to get rid of all the other stuff. Why not?
For the fans, you know.
I love how Pickle's trying to quote The Office at 12:30 in the morning, knowing that I would hook, line, and sinker in there, but I'm not going to. Also, do I really sound like I have that much of an accent? Because we don't, right? Like, we're from the Midwest. Do I? Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's okay. Your accent makes sense. Mine is just speak fast and very confusingly most of the time. So
I really think it's just these overseas people who just think that my American accent is more Southern than an actual Southern accent.
y'all don't know what you're talking about. One more bull needed for Robert White. Does hit it.
That was not me, for the record. As Robert does hit it, 6.0 from Rob White. Again, that's the version of Rob we saw earlier today.
11.5 combined.
I do not use axe, Colin. You take that back right now.
You're not going middle school locker room for your smell of choice?
I did say Voodoo Mama Judo, but that's from a That's not fair, okay?
Dustin Holt to go ahead and start us off. They have the throw. Will they get this done here, or are we going the distance? Are we going for speed?
No.
Are we going on and on?
In this time of need, I needed to just not come back, and I did.
I'm enjoying being in the booth.
I'm sure you do. You weren't here all night. Boom goes the dynamite for Nino.
Storming on through once again. Zappa in the background's killing me right now.
Who? Oh, Zappa.
just having a full conversation.
Those are some bright shoes he's got on, or is that the cup?
That's a cup.
All right, it's a bright cup.
His shoe's actually perfectly hidden behind it, though, so I'll give you some credit on that
That's
one.
fair. Also, I thought he was matching the red shirt to it.
Oh, yeah, it could have been like a whole thing going on.
Instead, he's playing.
Yesterday, everyone gave me so many compliments about the jersey matching my hair. Today's been a very opposite experience. It's actually been...
It's amazing what a color difference makes.
It's actually insane to me.
Let's see. Is tomorrow what color? What color is tomorrow?
I think tomorrow's the grayish black shirt.
The black.
More like a grayish black.
It's black. And then so Monday's blue.
I don't know. I just work here, man.
You're the one who works here. Yep. That's the point of why I'm asking you that question.
Oh, interesting dichotomy here. Look at this 18 and 20s versus the 19s. 125-point difference. This is actually one of my favorite kinds of situations because you're forcing a 7 on your opponents just to get the lead back. The 4-7 doesn't go. Now, the reason you would point as heavy as you did on the 19s and previous is to let your partner have a shot here for the 5-mark cleanup or at least close one of the numbers and back to points. I want to see 2 20s and then trip 19. Trip 19 and then 2 20s is also a fine way to take that, though.
Amen. That's weird.
That
That might be the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life.
That was weird, right?
That was very weird. That was not on my bingo card.
Oh, man. But it's still a great shot. It's a 139-point lead, so the same sentiment applies.
No, that was real weird. The second dart was, if you're going to throw the second dart at it, just
Right.
close it.
If he did anything other than trip, it's terrible. Instead, it's just weird.
Should have closed the 20s.
I was saying that he should have closed the 20s that whole time. There's no justification for that switch.
Why am I now Gordon? Just kidding.
You smell better.
That was a low bar. Again, double dash has been a lifesaver. Nino, a good 5-mark. We can't talk about it. He needs to be here to defend himself if that's going to happen.
I didn't say anything. That was you.
You did. It was you.
No.
Curtis, 18's got the point lead back. Got to look. Just kidding. Why would you? Don't give me that sound. You know it's true. Robert can step up, though.
Has
We're
to
going to
look.
probably punish.
Has to look. He should have looked. I don't think he had to have looked. There's nothing wrong with the
has
state.
to do anything.
Okay, let's not get all philanthropic about it.
Oh, look, punish.
Philosophical.
Weird. Good 7-mark on the 19s. That could have been close. And Dustin's going to step up, needing at least 6. Well, 5 18s, but 6 is going to be, he's not going to shoot it. Triple for double and then go at the trip 19. Staying the whole time. I can't tell if he's upset or not, but
Yeah, very stoic in nature, but 12-point difference makes this an interesting shot for Nino. I would say 419s for the trip 18. Stay with the guide. Yeah, he does stay. I think if he hits at least a single on that, then he can go on the second dart. He could have taken that swing. There's no reason to take that risk otherwise. I think that was great discipline there from the Spaniard. More than I've had on this microphone in the 2 short legs or 2 short matches I've done today.
Nice 6 mark there from Curtis. I hate to agree with you with what you said earlier, but going to.
Yeah, you have the option to just be nice, though. You could just be like, Nick, you're so cool and funny and really smart when you talk.
But then you go off and say things like that. As Robert hits a nice 6 mark. I don't want to lie to the viewers. That's not like me.
I do all the time.
Well, then why do you say... Well, I'm going to be honest here before you say every statement then, because that's rude.
Well, that's because I talk with Will, and I got that from him.
Let's be honest.
Not many people know this, but Dustin Holt has an eyebrow piercing.
Not too many people know this.
Boom goes the dynamite. Dustin Holt finds a bed on the 17s. It's been a back and forth affair, but the advantage still with Javier and Robert holding those 19s and holding them well. 625 complimenting the 625.
Chat, let us know if you want the Temu version of Boom Goes the Dynamite ever again, or if you'd like the real version.
Magento darts. I'm so sorry, Will. I love you.
I don't know why he's choosing violence against you at this point in time, but that's
Sean, it's that
solved.
easy, buddy.
That's
It's
problem
that easy.
solved. As
You just meet him.
Man, I'm joined by the GOAT himself, Mr. Will Stewart.
Yep, it's been good. Thanks.
Nick's been shut down. All right, now I'm just by myself. All right, Nick's back. Sorry about that, everybody.
Oh, interesting close from behind. This leaves an opportunity. You're asking Dustin, can you hit a 6 mark? Can you close the 16s and the 19s in the same turn? If so, gamble doesn't pay off. But if he misses, hits a 5, hits anything less, it's a win.
9 mark incoming. Minus that first start.
You got to take the swing of the 19 here, in my opinion. He does, but doesn't go. And, ooh, he is getting really stoic about everything. There was no emotion there.
His vertical is at least 12 inches.
It's more than me. That's a low bar. And lead regained. Big trip on the last for a 1,000-point leg.
We're into quadruple digis. Curtis about to put both teams there. Ideally. Maybe. Potentially. Nope. And, man, Robert's just going to do this, isn't he?
You would think so. This is he's throwing a 6-4. He's leading the pack. He seems likely.
Yeah, worst case scenario, he's hitting the 6 mark.
Worst case scenario, he's hitting a 4 mark, and it's still really solid.
That's pretty much the same thing as the 6 mark, if you really think about it.
Yeah, that's a Indiana 6.
It is a Kansas 10.
Will Stewart's a Kansas 10.
Heather Fuller letting us all know that 16's on a double.
I don't think she likes 16s very much.
What?
That's right.
We appreciate everybody joining us on the East Coast. It is 1:32 a.m. Over under 11:30. And those of us in the Central Time Zone, like we are currently, 12:32 a.m. Or an hour over the over-under that was set by the man with blue. As Witherby. That being said, though, this has flowed beautifully. And it really has had nothing to do with any pacing issues whatsoever.
No, keep acting like this. I'll bring the 13-inch back.
No,
keep going. Keep going.
Liked it a lot.
That's it. We're going to 12-inch dartboard now.
That's not a thing.
Yeah, until we invent it.
Don't you worry about a thing. No. Oh, good close. Big last start. All right. Dustin is 5 bowls down and the trip 19, so cannot take it out. This leg can do a lot of damage, though, on that. Dustin Holt gets the point lead back, at least.
What a time to come alive at the tail end of this leg. This puts a lot of pressure now on Nino, who needs to stay on these 19s. He was disciplined in previous opportunities like this. This is a moment where you really need to reel it in. Oh, that's a inviting dart. You almost assumed it was going to be more where that first start was.
Well, does Curtis want to be a hero? He has a chance right here.
You start with some bulls and hope for a dream to come true.
2 in the black bit. We'll give him a shot at the trip 19. Not going to happen now. Now just trying to get that point lead back.
Does he switch? Yeah. He didn't like the position after the second dart. He had to switch. He didn't feel like he had a chance to get the double.
All right, Dustin stepping up. Opportunity here.
Three bulls and a double 19. Easier opportunity than what Curtis had to deal with the 4 bulls. So about finding that double in the first start. There he does. Stay true for another. 19 for the match.
And the title, Dustin Holt. Come on, baby. As they win the double dip opportunity, hold off the challengers in Nino and Robert White.
Wow.
But congratulations, Curtis Witherby and Dustin Holt. Dustin's going to have to go find his darts. I'm going to go run out there and steal them real quick.
Don't blame you.
Finders, keepers, losers suck.
And you see, this is why I love that. Look at this interaction right here between Javi and Robert. 2 men who have certainly never met prior to this day. 2 men that enjoyed thoroughly running together and almost completed a double dip in the finals of a pro luck event. Incredible to see. I love that. This is how friendships get made.
Absolutely. They had no idea what they just said to each other, but high five, handshake at the end of the day is all that is required for the game of darts.
Like Javi really wanted it. You can see that.
But a heck of a battle, and I can tell that players had a lot of fun in this Pro Luck tonight, and we had a lot of fun bringing you the coverage here, a part of USA Darts and BullShooter here in Chicago. Nick, I have somewhat enjoyed your company in this last match. It's been surprisingly pleasant in a very, very not surprisingly fun way.
Really happy I was able to work with my friends here, particularly Gordon Dixon. Looking forward to seeing everybody tomorrow for our International Challenge and more with our coverage as we are starting to get towards the latter half of our coverage here for the 39th Chicago Finals, the XL Tour, the 40th Tour right around the corner. Make sure to save the date, July 31st, August 1st for the BullShooter Invitational number 4 over there in Central Florida. Looking forward to giving more information out there. Make sure to also put on your calendars June 29th, National Darts Day, first ever on the 180th day of the year, where we're going to have a big record-setting event alongside of multiple different things, including conversations we've had with these players, these pros, and everyone else in between going out online. Stay tuned for more. Stay tuned for tomorrow for more coverage. Nick Shera, Sean Green, Gordon Dixon, and Will Stewart. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Central-ish.